Hello, 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 everybody. It is a smaller group today, but it is not a lesser group. Welcome to session 15 for Beyond the Pale, the special Maximus and Healy episode. That sounds
You're gonna
weird.
get, I was like, you're gonna get
The,
grumps and giggles.
the whole opposite.
It's not what you think.
It's
Real
just Max
quickly.
trying not to throw himself over a cliff. I've had it.
Yay.
And thank you, Segment, for joining us in chat. Hello, guys. Please go check out Segment. Also, thank you, Seraph Beats. Let me get a shout out for Seraph Beats as well.
Yeah, she's pretty. She's awesome. And Surf Beats is pretty damn cool.
They both are fantastic people, and thank you for the bits there, Seraph. Hopefully, you both are having fantastic days. And for everybody who is tuning in from the hub or starting to tune in from the hub, I don't have a viewer count on, so I don't know how many of you are actually watching. But hello and welcome on in. So just some announcements for us, real quickly. We've got a bunch of changes and stuff that I am super excited to talk to you all about. So we have some changes that are coming in the near future. October 1st is the planned date for us to go through some of these changes. First and foremost, the hub Discord is getting rebranded. So we are going to be no longer the hub as of October 1st, but instead we will be the Tavern of Worlds, which is going to come with a few other changes as well. We have already created, and we will be moving all of our D&D related stuff over to the official Tower of Worlds YouTube channel and Twitch channel, so that not only this adventure that I'm running right now, but any other adventures that other people in the what is now the hub, what will soon be Tavern of Worlds, all those will all be at one spot where you can watch all of the adventures happening. Together with that, we have decided to put money in to funding a subscription, the highest level subscription, the Sage subscription at World Anvil, to allow people who are members of the Tavern of World Discord, who are in the Dungeon Master role, to be able to have tools available to do really in-depth world building for future campaigns. Also with this stuff, we have a sponsor and a merchant that is the role that we have created in the Discord, where you can go and use a discount code. So the shop is Dragon's Maw Emporium. They do custom dice as well as chainmail dice bags. And if you use the discount code TOW10, you can get a discount on your custom made dice and chainmail dice bag. And we hope to be able to bring in some other sponsors and some other merchants and get you guys not only the ability to create worlds on World Anvil, but have custom made dice and dice bags and all that stuff. We are also looking into getting merchandise from some of our games made. So who knows? Maybe there will be a Morning Sausage t-shirt available at some point. But we're really, really excited to be able to bring all of these different things to you, to be able to sort of, instead of having things spread out across a few different Twitch channels, centralize everything so that all this stuff that you're looking for, you can find both games that I'm running and games that some other really fantastic dungeon masters like Arma here, like Lore, who is boss in this campaign. Just really fantastic campaigns and really fantastic dungeon masters, and just bring it all together so that you can enjoy the ones you already know and hopefully discover other ones that you'll really enjoy. But yeah, so
Yeah.
very excited.
And on top of that, we invite everybody to come join us. I believe that this is going to be one of our fastest growing things. And I want to see more people joining in on games, having fun, this, that, and the other. Um, as one of the people that is also part of this announcement, I think this is going to be a fantastic event for everybody. And it's just going to be fun seeing a lot more people joining the game of D&D, creating worlds and letting their creativity fly. I can't wait to see what we build going forward.
And that's really the thing that we wanted to focus in on, both with rebranding the hub as the Tavern of Worlds, but also with introducing all these resources for you all. Because it's not just the World Anvil, we're also looking at putting resources towards getting different source books available through D&D Beyond. We're looking at investing into having a subscription for Roll20. We're looking into all these things because really the thing that we want to do is to enable more people to get access into D&D. I know slightly different sort of entrance into the game between like Arma and myself, and probably also Healy and myself. It's, for me at least, a newer thing, and I have absolutely been loving it. So for us to be able to remove some of the barriers for you all and allow you all to be able to, if you want to build out a homebrew world, there's the World Anvil. You can get cut loose and have fun and build it out. If you want to be able to make a character, we want to try to get rid of the hurdle of, well, you have to own these source books to make these characters on D&D Beyond. Really just allow you all the tools, and then, of course, the Discord to be able to meet with other people to get these games going. Because it really is a wonderful game. And welcome in Skullkin as well. Hopefully, we get to see a bunch of you over in the Hub Discord, which, again, soon to be the Tavern of Worlds. Hello.
Hi.
We're in mid-announcement right now.
I know. I have you up on the big screen downstairs.
Yes.
Hello.
Big screen.
Talking about the fun stuff happening up on the hub.
Yep. Also, on the day that we do the rebranding and the launch, we will also be doing a special one-shot event.
Ooh.
Where you will be able to face off against encounters that have been built by the proprietor and the different members who run the Tavern of Worlds, to possibly get some loot and rewards that you might be able to bring into other Tavern of World run campaigns.
All exciting things.
Yeah. So be looking forward to that. All this stuff. We already have the World Anvil. We already have that stuff set to go for you all. The rebranding launch, announcements. Be watching out for announcements for merch. And the one-shot event will all be on the 1st of October.
That's my
So
father's
if you
birthday.
want to go ahead and get early access to some of the stuff, A, make sure you join the Discord. B, look for Tavern of Worlds on all kinds of social media platforms such as YouTube, here on Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, and what's the other one we got?
A LinkedIn, right?
We don't, but we should. On top of that, we actually do have an account ready for Roll20 for Tavern of Worlds to be run, or to have things running out of.
Oh,
So,
and this is also going to be a first heard for Arma because she only just recently got back to me. We are also looking to have different artists and content creators be designated sponsored artists who are part of the hub. Or the Tavern of Worlds, rather. Sorry. So the Nanoi, who is the artist who went through and did the character art for all of the people in the Beyond the Pale, has been the first person who has accepted a sponsorship from us to be one of the official artists in the Discord. So we're trying to make everything as accessible as possible, so that if we've already got an artist set up and we've got fixed prices that are set up, we can just direct you to her. We can also try to take some of the money that comes in and put it towards funding things like character art for campaigns in the future and stuff like that. So, all
Yeah.
really exciting stuff.
That's super awesome. I'm so happy for her to be our first artist. Skull King and his company of the Dragon Ball Emporium, he does, like Zemo was saying,
Oh, okay.
dice. Yeah, it's the same guy.
I was like, wait a second, Skull King just popped up in my chat. Okay. Connection. Made the
I
connection.
texted him, I was like, hey, we're doing your shout out. Make sure you come hang out.
Oh,
So
Skull King.
he not only does the dice and the dice bags, but he also does minis, wood, custom arts, and things like that. He loves doing custom things because it really lets him tap into his creativity. So if there's anything that you want for like home games that you are doing like live in person, definitely check out the Dragon Ball Emporium on that. And like
Yep.
Zima said earlier, we do have a discount code on at least the dice minis and dice bags. Maybe he'll extend it out to his custom projects.
And that's always up for discussion with stuff like that. But at the very least, we are very excited to have an official Dice and Mini shop that is one of the ones that we work with for giving you guys easier access to stuff like that. Having an official artist that we work with to help you guys get set up with character art. Just, it's really exciting for me to have this stuff starting to fall in place, just to allow more of you guys to have more games with more resources at your disposal. Yeah, Artist Guild, pretty
Yay!
much.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's pretty much all of the announcements.
Yeah, I think that covers everything, at least that I can think of.
Yep. That does mean, however, everybody, that the Twitch channel starting December 1st. So there's going to be this session. Next week there will be another session of Beyond the Pale. The week after there will not be a session on the 18th because I will be out at a voice actors conference. And then the 25th we'll have one last Beyond the Pale session on this channel. And then after that, so after this session and 2 more sessions, 3 sessions altogether, it will not be streamed on my channel, The Winterbound, anymore. It'll be on the official Tavern of Worlds Twitch.
And since I'm not able to, do you mind shouting that out so that people can go give it a follow?
I do not mind at all.
Yes, you do that.
So right there, Tavern of Worlds, that is the new Twitch channel that we will be moving all D&D content both here on Twitch and on YouTube, which means all the stuff that I've uploaded on YouTube for D&D, I'm going to be re-uploading that under the Tavern of Worlds YouTube and then removing the stuff from my personal channel. This is partially because of the algorithm. It tends to favor things that are consistently of the same sort of content, but also to help everybody have one place where all this stuff is going, discover all the games in one location. So if you all are going and looking at my games that I've run, you'll possibly be able to find some other games that other people have run. I know we've got some episodes of the previous campaign, my first full campaign, that was run by Arma here, over on, I believe, Malice's channel, YouTube channel. So I believe those will also be getting uploaded under the new Tavern of Worlds, but I'm not 100% sure. But the more
will
that we
be.
can bring all of these things together, the easier of a time you all will have with finding all this content, which is amazing content, in my opinion, and being able to enjoy it all. But yeah, so make sure that you're following Tavern of Worlds on Twitch and YouTube. Make sure you've joined the Discord. And yeah, start taking advantage of all the resources.
TikTok, that's the one. TikTok was the last
That's
one.
TikTok.
That's right. You can follow us on our TikTok.
On our TikTok.
Hello,
I
fellow
can finally
youngsters.
tag someone in it. Tag you guys in all the TikToks.
Yeah. So, keep a lookout for all these things that are start going live. As I said, as the proprietor, will be making a introduction video similar to this announcement, and we'll be posting those on everything that will take it effectively. So keep your eyes peeled, and can't wait to see what you guys build with us.
Not to mention, this is not the stopping point for how things are going to keep growing. There are other things that either are soon to be in the works or are already in the works. So keep your eyes peeled.
Yes, there's so much great content coming. I think you guys are gonna have so much on your mind you won't be able to think about anything else.
I'm literally like permanent grin right now.
Me too.
I tried to be the first subscriber and it won't let me.
Oh yeah, because we haven't hit affiliation yet.
Will there
fancy
be
hats?
fancy hats?
I tried.
I mean, if we get merch going, I don't see why we wouldn't be able to have fancy hats.
Maybe we won't have something like a
Fancy
witch's
hats.
hat or something along those
Yeah,
lines,
maybe
but
not
we will
just
have
yet.
hats.
There will be hats.
And if anything, we can always go through a different person than who we're already scouting out and vetting.
Yep.
And we'll have 2 merch places.
Dun, dun, dun.
And who knows, maybe we can also go through, I know there's a site that does crowdsourcing for character plushies or U2s or stuff like that. We're also open to maybe exploring some of those if there's enough interest in getting, like, say, for example, a squealy plushie or stuff like that.
Like my beanie baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's gonna have all the fancy stuff she collects throughout this entire campaign instead of
It
just
has to have the skull.
yeah.
We cannot forget the skull.
The most druid looking squirrel we'll ever seen.
Yep.
With the Bugtholomew.
Oh yeah, the Bugtholomew, the JT
Oh,
Crow.
yeah.
Just the entire Pokemon trainer of Healy.
Oh my gosh, if we could get like a Pokemon poster, but instead it's just all the creatures that Healy has like
Yes,
Interacted with.
Oh my god, that'd be glorious.
Cannot forget the capybara.
Okay, so
At
yeah,
all.
I was like, we need either Nifty Cat or Nanoi to get in on that. Just creating something that of every creature she's ran into so far. And let's try to make friends. You'll see like the pale lights in the fog background. Oh, love it.
That's been cut in half.
Oh my god, the poor thing. The bucket of fish.
Yep.
Yes! The bucket of screaming fish. I almost forgot about that.
There's just too much good. The fighting squirrels from day 0.
Yep.
So many great things coming. I can't wait. Oh my god. It's gonna be
These are
amazing.
just inside jokes from one campaign, y'all. There are there's some other fantastic content that I can't wait for you all to be able to watch over.
Yeah, I know there's like from the initial campaign that started everything, where my chair like disengaged because it doesn't lock properly.
Oh, I remember that clip.
And I was like, oh motherfucker, I almost died. So there's that. Not to shout myself out, but on my Twitch channel, I have a snippet of me
If you want to
talking
shout out your
shit.
Twitch channel, I'll shout out your.
Oh, but it's
See,
called
now I'm gonna have to get mine together.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's called Giant Wood Planks, and it's just because everybody's making fun of me reusing
Yep.
assets, and they're like, "Oh, why is the floor so big?" I was like, "Oh, now it's a big deal. You haven't said shit about it the
Giant wooden
entire time."
planks.
Da, da, da. It's like giant wood planks.
And of course, a reference to that campaign would not be complete without two things from Nomad. What the hell is breathing, and Nomad constantly shooting out eyes.
Nomad the Eye Taker.
Nomad Eyebane.
I mean, when you get a dex like that, it's kind of hard not to hit eyeballs.
And you got the luck feat? Yeah.
Yeah.
I never realized when I picked that up just how powerful that was.
Yeah, no kidding.
Only reason I picked it up is because he's a gambler, and I was like, oh, lucky sounds like something a gambler would have.
I was this close to getting that feat just because he like keeps falling off stuff.
It's incredibly powerful. Like borderline broken.
I will remember that.
But anyways, now that the announcements are out of the way, all the exciting stuff, it is a smaller group today. A lot of the party had to be out for one reason or another. So today's going to be kind of a slower and quieter episode. At least that's what I am expecting. So, where we
You magically wake up and get loud.
where we last left off. I realized that I have all the sounds for the soundboard all the way down. You all had set up camp next to the strange obelisk type stone that you had found. Zamtarok decided to get to work on the deer that Healy had brought down. Horns is fiddling away at another thing, who knows, maybe another hat. Boss is grumpily trying to just get some rest. Amarasi is poring over his reproductions of the writing on the obelisk. And then there's you two. What are you all doing today?
Heatley, do you want to start?
I did the moon and skull, or the moon
Moon
and
and
skull,
sun.
the moon and sun on the deer head, and I put it in front of the obelisk. And after that, I was just gonna go probably do meditations.
Okay.
Keely's deep in her meditation phase right now.
Okay. Maximus, what are you doing? It's most of the way through the day right now, so.
He's probably finding some place to have some water. Enjoy some reprieve as he's been toting a probably 800-pound deer on his back effectively. Via sled, yes, but still.
It's definitely heavy, though.
Yeah. So he's probably finding a nice rock to sit up on for the time being.
All right. And then that's pretty much going to be what you all are doing for the rest of the night. Until
Yep.
you do your long rest, of course. All right.
Yeah.
Roll perception for me, please, both of you.
Yep, I gotta log in. Give me a second.
No worries.
What are we rolling for?
Perception.
Perception.
Also, one of the other people that I was saying right there, and he has a bunch of stuff over on his channel, Inventions. Go check him out, everybody.
Auto fail with no 6.
All right.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm working on.
No worries. Well, 20 wants to use my microphone. No.
Yeah.
No.
Tell it. Nope.
6A. He's being a bit slow today.
It's a bit slow today.
Perception, you said?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Over the course of the night, a nice sort of reprieve after the event, after recent events. Nothing really happens. And it's calm, peaceful. You awaken the next day.
Good morning. It's time for the weather.
It is indeed
Nice.
time for the weather. So, just 1 second, and let me roll. I forgot to roll this stuff. Oh,
Oh,
hey, we have Zamtarok. Hello.
Hi, Zom. You just missed the fun announcement.
Right. Oh, interesting. Okay.
we're gonna need official the Tavern of Worlds whiteboards.
Small mini whiteboards that just has 20 and 1 trackers.
I have figured out a great way for my druid to have a nice whiteboard.
Wow. Yeah, that's oddly similar. Okay, so weather for you today. Normal temperatures. So today is the 3rd of Istric. Normal temperatures, no wind, and no rain.
Skies. That's what I had written down.
That's just the weather for today, though.
Hmm.
You doing your druid craft?
Yep.
Okay. For tomorrow, normal temperatures, no wind, no rain.
Wow, that is eerily similar. For once, we have
How's
2
the cloud
great
coverage?
days.
Yep.
That's a good question. Because I
How do
know
the
it's
clouds
important
look?
for the. Yeah.
So today, there are some clouds. Tomorrow, completely clear sky.
So if you need to lose a Hellfire set of Thunderbolts, tonight's the night.
Not today. I have to make clouds.
So, new day has started. Nice, sort of warmer temperatures since you're in a tropical climate. Normal temperatures for this time, though.
Yeah, like early 70s.
Yeah. What are you all doing this morning?
I think Max is going to start off by doing his meditations. Kind of putting his arcane feelers out, as well as just kind of enjoying the first good day we've had in what seems weeks.
Alrighty. And Haley, what are you doing today?
Cast Be Speak and go skipping through the woods.
Okay. Anything in particular you're skipping through the
Just
woods for?
listening for now.
Okay.
Just having a great day. I have this night's new mission to
Classic.
find a name, and I have no idea how I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna ignore it.
All right. Max, go ahead and roll Arcana for me, please.
You got it.
And Healy, go ahead and roll Survival for me. We're gonna see how many animals you find out in the wild.
All of them.
Yeah, no shit, Jesus.
So,
Every animal in existence.
you, with your survival roll, realize that there are remarkably few animals in this area. Maximus, with your Arcana
Skyrim?
roll, it sounds very much like Skyrim, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Where's the dragon?
No, it's yet another song from Epidemic Music. Shout out to them. Thank you very much for letting me use the music as long as I'm paying for it. Thank you for not DMCAing me. But no, this was literally one of the songs that I found it when I was going through, and I was just like, that sounds like Skyrim. Yeah, I'm taking that one. I'm using that.
Fair.
So, Maximus, with your role. Also, Zamtaraka, I know you're in here with us. I don't know, are you here playing, or are you? Because I see you're also muted. We'll come back to him. So, with your Arcana roll, you start to realize that the connection you have with your sword is no longer that sort of ringing sound in your ears. But you also notice something slightly strange about the area that you're in. The weave here moves the same way that it's moved everywhere else, but there's just something, you can't put your finger on it. There's something different.
I think for now, Maximus is going to go ahead and try and reach out through the bond and see if he can ascertain what has happened before he goes investigating what's around him.
Okay. How much, how are you, not how much, how are you planning on trying to reach out? Just sort of arcanically, or?
Yeah, I'm gonna pretty much just use the link that I already have and try and just trace down it. See if there's any rebounds along the line until I get to the blade, and then if there's a way to actually get in deeper touch with it, I might use Arcana in order to get that extra feel, if you will. Which the more I said that, the worse it got.
I was gonna say
Feel the
it
Arcana.
started in the realm of just using your bond, and then it went into the realm of definitely an Arcana roll for some of that.
Yeah.
So, as far as your bond, you can feel that your bond is there. It doesn't seem to have been erased. I am going to need an Arcana check to try to see if you can figure out what happened.
Fair. Come on, don't fail me now. Yes.
Very nice. So, you start reaching out, and as you reach out, you can feel almost like the embrace of a friend, strangely enough. There's a sort of recognition that grabs on to you reaching out. And you can sense that your sword was working, because it couldn't hear you over the noise that had been made by getting hit, basically, with that strong magical spell. It was just as worried as you were. You notice, though, that the sword, when it's communicating back with you, it's not the same as it was last time when you reached out and received the words cold steel. Now, the word that reaches back to you is judgment.
Jesus Christ, would you stop doing that?
Sorry.
Okay. No, it's good. It's good. Like, as soon as you said it, like, my entire body got the goosebumps. It's like, oh, god damn it. So good. Ah, I'm sorry. Okay.
And you don't know if what you're sensing is of a good nature or an evil nature. It seems more or less morally ambiguous. It's another step down a path, but you don't know what direction yet still. What do you do?
Well, through the link, I hate to ask, can you turn it down just a little bit more? When you go
It's
soft,
all the
like,
way
I can't. I was like, when you go soft, I can barely hear you through it.
No
Through the
worries.
music.
That's probably more of a mic technique thing. I need to bring it closer for
Probably.
the quieter parts.
Yeah. But yeah, so as it like reaches back out, showing that it is also worried, I send soothing emotions back through the bond. Just show that I am thrilled not only to hear from it again, but also glad to see that I am not the only one that is feeling this. And then upon hearing judgment, Max feels perplexed, as he doesn't understand if he is getting closer to finding the true name of this weapon, or if something else is going on. So he asks, he goes, "Is your name Judgment, or are you telling me Judgment?"
Make another Arcana roll for me.
Okay.
Hello. And there's another channel right there that I highly recommend everybody Distil's Place. Let me give a quick shout out.
Rude!
Hydrate.
That was gonna be a 17. God damn it. Roll 20.
You don't get a word back, but more of a feeling of just confusion. You don't know if it's confused by your question, or you don't know if it's confused because it doesn't know the answer, but all you sense is confusion coming from your sword. One thing you can be certain of is that it's trying to find the answer to something. Whether it's what your question is or the answer to your question.
Upon sensing said confusion, he's just going to send back, just worry not, my friend. I am only trying to learn more about you. You seem to have a connection to something here, but I can't tell what it is, and I don't know if you can tell me yet.
Make an Arcana
But
roll.
we will. I was gonna say, to finish.
Yeah.
He's gonna say, but the longer we travel together, the more we will find out.
Very nice. It doesn't feel the connection with this land that you're talking about. The connection that it has and these evolutions that are happening are with you.
Am I gleaning this as a response back effectively?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, looking inwards, not so much like down the bond, but like inwards on himself, Max is feeling as though something he has been trying to understand from having this weapon and the visions he's had might be connected. But seeing how the blade is saying that its evolution is based off of my decisions and things of that nature, he's going to ask the blade if it's not him, or it's not it, that he's getting these visions from. Maybe it knows.
Roll Arcana. You get a confusion. It understands. It understands what you're asking. It doesn't know. It is trying to figure out this connection and what's happening with this connection as much as you are.
I'm going to try to summon the blade into my hand, since I'm assuming that that's been in the sheath the whole time.
You reach out to summon the blade. With a breath of relief, it's in your hands now.
Anybody outside that's not looking, it would see a smile brush against Maximus's face as he puts the sword to his forehead. He says out loud, not and through the bond at the same time, I will not allow you to be a nameless weapon. You are now and forever will be judgment.
And as you say the word judgment, you feel a resonance in the blade. Almost like a ringing of the steel after it has crossed swords with something. You feel the reverberation through the tang in the blade itself, even with your forehead pressed against it. What you've said seems to resonate with a certain element of truth. But there's still something missing.
Well, until I figure out what that something is, a name given is more powerful than a nameless item. At least in Max's eyes. He says, "We will talk again soon, I'm sure, my friend. I am glad to have you back."
And it seems that reverberation changes, almost a sort of warmth that you feel. The blade is happy to be able to feel your bond again as well. We'll now shift over real quickly to Healy. Healy, you are walking through the forest, listening for animals after casting Beast Speak. And it's strange just how few animals there are in this area. And you feel from under your cloak a sort of like movement. And you see JT kind of pop his head out. He's just like, "Hey, I don't know if you need me to stay in here all the time. Is it all right if I come out every now and then? Like,
Yeah, you don't have to stay in there all the time. You can fly around all you want.
oh, okay, yeah, I just figured since you put me in here, I ought to stay here until you tell me to go ahead and come on out."
No, you can come out whenever. But if you feel scared, feel free to, just tuck yourself in there.
Oh, okay, thank you. And he hops out and hops on your shoulder.
Oh,
He's like,
shoulder crow.
And he's like looking around at each, like everything in the area. He's like, whereabouts are we right now?
That's a great question. I have no idea where we are. We're not in the land we came from, though.
Huh. Wait, so where is the land you came from?
You want like original came from or like came from to over here?
Whichever you want to talk about, I guess. I don't.
So long story short, I woke up not many years ago, but a couple good years ago. I woke up in the middle of the woods, and I have no idea what happened before that.
So you're pretty much all alone then?
Yeah. I had Squealy.
Oh yeah, Squid. Forgot about her.
Are you two getting along?
I mean, we don't really talk that much. I'm not too good at speaking squirrel, It's,
Oh, that's fair enough.
but she seems really nice. Definitely has a lot of personality.
That she does. She's the best little squirrel.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe this is why you and I get along pretty well. I was kind of the runt in my family. It's part of the reason I wasn't around any of them when you found me, you know?
Aw, I'm so sorry.
Oh,
Well,
know,
you're part of the family now.
it's just what happens, you know? If you got like you got something going on and can't survive too well, you know, family's got to keep moving on. It's just the way it is.
Well, I'm still sorry, and you have a family now. Does this area make you feel any kind of way? 'Cause it's kind of creeping me out.
Hang on a second. Let me roll for him real quick. Unless you'd like to roll for him.
No.
Okay.
You can roll for him.
You rolled a 20.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yes.
I have the best animals.
You see him like tilting his head some as he's like looking around, and he's like, you know, I do feel something. If you're alright with that, I'm gonna fly up for just a second.
Oh, go for it.
And he flies up off of your shoulder. And you see him sort of circle around a couple of times. And after a little bit, he flies back down and lands on your shoulder with a small little hop as well to steady himself. He's like, yeah, that's what I was thinking. This area, it's, I don't know how to say this, but it's like, you know those areas where it's like, there used to be people, there ain't anymore? And there ain't been for a long time?
Yeah, I would say that means it's a very dead land.
It's not dead. I mean, there's trees all around and plants. But there's just... most of us don't get a great feeling being around here. You know? So we tend to just kind of avoid it. I don't know what the people was doing here, but they was doing something.
Do you want to explore it more?
Sure, we can explore it more. Probably gonna be sticking closer to you, because while I might fly around on my own a lot, I don't really like flying around areas like this too much.
That's fair enough. Let's go explore it some more.
Go ahead and make a survival roll for me. In what direction are you going from camp?
East. No. West.
So you're going towards... Alright, here. Quickly. Get the right...
If that's, I'm assuming that's the direction he went and saw, like, the area where people used to be, but are not.
Well, he circled around. He didn't really give you too much of a direction. He just kind of circled around
Okay.
above you.
Yeah, then I'm gonna go west.
The more west you go, the more at ease he seems to be.
Then I'm going east.
Okay. You go east. And
I'm imagining I passed through camp, like from going from west to east.
you pass through camp
I'm
twice.
like, bye.
Because you, like, we'll just say you were out exploring whatever area, came back through camp to go west, and then you come back through east. Max, you see this. Just Healy coming through at one point, and then like half an hour, 45 minutes later, comes back through and goes the other direction.
Yeah, that's all. I was just like, man.
With a crow that no one's seen, like out and about.
You continue quite a ways east, and you find an area that's got there's just something different that you feel, but you can't put your finger on it. Make a nature check for me.
Yeah, do that thing that comes natural to you.
You mean my -1? The only full elf druid that has a negative in nature.
So
I don't understand it.
a ranger druid that has a negative in nature.
If I had a heart, it would hurt.
I can perceive though, and that's all that matters.
The more east you go, the more that you are seeing things that don't feel like they belong here. Carved stones that stick out in some spots. Stones that obviously are not just normally stones that you would find in this area, but as if it were a stone that was brought and placed.
I'm gonna look at JT and say, did we just find a graveyard?
I don't know. Let me see what JT rolled a 2.
Can't win them all.
You might have explained to me a little bit what a graveyard is. 'Cause
A graveyard is where people take dead people and bury them in the ground and usually mark with a tombstone.
That's weird. Why do you guys do that?
I don't know. Humans are weird.
You do that too, right?
I don't know what people do when my people die. I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't know. So what
I'm
do you
gonna investigate one of the stones.
do? Okay, roll investigation for me.
Is JT from this area?
You could ask him. Very nice. You look, and it's not carved as in it's got like engravings on it, but it's carved as in it's shaped. Or it had been.
Is it
once.
Is it a like obvious type of a shape?
Yeah, more square, but it's been weathered and eroded at some. From what you can tell, it's very old. Probably hundreds of years old, if you were to guess.
Wow. I'm gonna look at JT. Are you from this area?
No, I ain't from around here. I'm actually from way further north.
Ooh. I'm sorry. I've heard bad things about way up north.
Have you? I ain't never heard
Yeah.
nothing bad about up north.
You didn't hear about a dude's body without a heart being taken all the way north as north goes?
No.
Oh.
I know there's that really weird place. I kind of flew around it when I was coming south to here.
Really? What's that like?
It's kind of like this place where other animals like me don't like to go there, but
Mhm.
it's a different kind of feeling altogether. It's like you go there and you don't know if being there is good or bad. It's just. But I was born north of that place, so
Are we close to that place?
I don't think so.
Okay, good. I'm trying to avoid places like that up north.
I mean, I can understand why. Other side of it though is beautiful.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. And that's where I'm from. I used to love it up there, but just kind of felt like exploring and seeing something different, but didn't really, as you saw, it didn't really pan out for me.
Well, I think it worked out for you. We got to meet. Now we're a family.
But yeah, I since I ain't from around here, I don't know what I don't know, and I also ain't a person, so I don't know. I don't know about whatever you're looking at right there.
That's fair enough. I'm going to cast, if I can find my spells, speak with plants. And talk to a tree nearby.
Okay. Okay, so limited sentience and animation, giving you the ability to communicate with you and follow a simple command. You can question plants about events in the spells area within the past day.
Yeah.
So what are you wanting to ask it about for anything within the past day?
Has there been any growth? Like in the root system?
You speak with the plant, the tree, and you get the sense that things are growing here. Plants have been growing here and seem to still be growing pretty well.
That means it's not cursed, so that's good. I'm gonna pick up one of the rocks.
It's very large.
Are there any smaller rocks?
There are like bits of rock that have broken off.
Okay, I'm gonna pick up one of those.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna turn to JT again and ask, are there any really big, like, abnormally sized trees up north where you're from?
Well, I don't know. Like, how big is abnormally big? I mean, where I grew up,
Bigger-
the trees were pretty big, but they're bigger than the ones here. But it's pretty normal up there for them to be that big.
Yeah, are there any that are like bigger than those trees that kind of feel magical in some way?
Magical. I mean, I've seen trees that seem pretty magical, but are about the same size as the other trees. But it's been a group of them. I ain't never seen a really big, really magical one, aside from that bronze one you were talking about. I've seen that
Oh, you've
one.
seen the bronze tree?
Yeah. You
See,
asked me
I'm
before. I
trying-
told you I saw it before.
I'm sorry, I slept since then.
You forget stuff when you sleep.
Sometimes.
Oh, I know that feeling. One time.
I'm sure it's the brain trauma.
Yeah. Wait, what is brain trauma? What do you...
So remember how I said I woke up in the woods?
Yeah.
I had a life before that.
Oh.
I don't
okay.
remember any of it.
Then how do you know you had a life before that?
Because I didn't wake up this old.
Wait, you
Unless
didn't
I
wake up
did.
this old?
Do you think I can wake up this old?
I don't know. I ain't never seen anybody like you before. Well, I mean, ain't nobody like you before who's ever talked to me.
I really gotta find some elves.
Is that what you are?
Yeah.
Huh. Well, I mean, I'll keep my eyes peeled, I guess.
Cool. We usually have pointy ears like this.
Okay. I saw one earlier, but he was walking with you. His ears were a little less pointy.
Yeah. I don't know if he'll know anything about my stuff.
Why wouldn't he know anything about your stuff? Isn't he also
He's a half elf?
so he would only know about half of your stuff?
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, that's more than not knowing anything about your stuff.
You know what? You got a point.
Have you asked him about your stuff?
No.
Sounds like that might be a place to start, asking him.
You're right. Let's take this rock back to camp. Maybe someone who actually knows how to read things can tell me what it is.
Read
And I'm gonna
things?
head back to camp.
Also, just to
I
clarify,
don't know. We got a rock
there's
eater
no
or something.
there's no like markings on it. It's just
Yeah.
shaped.
We got a dirt eater, right?
I'm a Rossi Earth Eater.
Tell me what this rock means. Throws it at his head.
Zemtruck, I don't know if you're there with us, bud. Are you there? Sounds like a no. All right. Maximus.
I know he's at least listening in.
Yeah.
But hello.
Hello. So Maximus, you're back at camp. You've had this moment with your sword. What are you doing now?
Max is going to go into the forest a little bit so that nobody actually like looks down on him or watches him for that matter. And he's going to practice different forms, not only with a sword and shield, but he's going to practice with both weapons out.
Okay. What
Kinda
direction
keep
are you
up.
going?
You know, I'm gonna let our D8 decide. Hibbity hop.
Please go east. I would like to show you this rock.
It would be northeast.
Okay.
Or I'm sorry. Actually, it would just be no. I'm sorry. It'd be west because northeast would be or northwest would be 8. Yeah, so it'd be west.
All right. So you head west. Sorry, just real quickly referencing to see where you guys are at in the grand scheme of things real quick.
Yeah, I know that second map section is what Zom found. But and this is where we made camp for the day. Well, 2 days.
So you head north. You head west. How far west are you headed? It's still just barely
Maybe
reaching midday right So
Yeah, I was like maybe 200 feet. Like not super deep in there, just enough that he's like, I've got some coverage, so people don't think I'm being weird. You know, being kind of private about it.
all right. And then you're going to start practicing. Let me
You know, like
tell.
slashes, lunges, um, defense to cut, cut to defense. You know, so pretty much like as if
Mhm.
somebody was coming in to slash, like bringing the shield up and then like a pierce in or a slash across, with my shield on, or you know, going in for a thrust and then coming behind with a shield to kind of like knock the hand back, but also prepare myself for an oncoming blow. And just kind of working through different attack patterns, if you will.
Roll perception. You and let me know what weapons are you using right now.
I am using judgment and
In your shield.
my shield for the first set.
Okay. Make the attack roll. Just seeing how your form is real quick, basically.
Oh, that's not what I meant to do.
So as you go to do this strike, you know the form is perfect. But you don't quite know why. But your movement feels a little sluggish. And you know you're not tired. You know you're not exhausted. You know you're not certainly not out of practice after recent days. But your movement is just a little bit slower.
Hmm. Um, Again, making sure that he can't see anybody, and he hopes that nobody's like prying in on it. He's going to, um, like pry off the half plate he has on,
Hmm.
and like take his shield off, and then summon the Kopesh into his other hand,
Okay.
and try doing different, like dual wielding. So using the Kopesh as the shield, effectively to block and deflect in those movements, and then again with judgment to use as the attack movements.
Make another attack roll for me. And make another perception roll.
Apparently, I really like 21 today.
You remove some of the half plate and stuff like that. Switch out for your Kopesh, which is lighter than your shield by a little bit. And you make another attack, and once again, you know that the form is on point, but it's a little bit slower now than it was even last time. But you can't place why.
Mm.
The feeling that you're getting, though, is it's taking you more effort to move to do some of these things. Almost like you're meeting a lot of resistance when you're doing this, just sparring against nobody and just in the air. Like, there should be no reason for you to be feeling resistance with your movement.
Before I roll Arcana,
Mhm.
because he already said that the feel of the magic in the area is off, but
Mhm.
he can't quite tell what it is. He's going to open up and use his arcane awareness or his magical awareness.
Okay.
See if there's maybe a spell being casted at this current point in time, to slow his movement or anything along those lines. And if he can't, then he's going to reach out to the weave to see if there's a density here.
Okay. So using your magical awareness, there is no magic spell or any magic that is acting on you. Arcanically, you don't feel anything necessarily unusual. Make another attack roll and another perception roll for me, please. All right.
Right.
That actually works beautifully. You go to make another attack, and it's like you are trying to push a knife through like stone. Like, it's just, you are now feeling like just any movement is taking so much work that you can't even finish the attack. And you look down. And you see your shadow is bigger than normal.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
And you can see that it almost looks like the shadow of a person holding on to your shadow of your arm. And there's, as you look, another one holding on to one of your legs, and yet a third holding on to the other leg.
Okay. Trying not to panic, Max is going to look at what has a hold of him, and he's going to initially just do a test of how good they have a hold on him. So it's like not exactly like flailing, but he's definitely gonna like try to move his body opposite, trying to break grasps and things like that.
As you go to move to break grasp, you see the one that is holding on to your arm starts to tug away, and it tries to like maintain the hold on your arm.
Is this the Alahath? Oh, please don't make me burn this place to the ground to eradicate any shadow there is.
Roll perception.
And before anybody asks, no, Max isn't a pyromaniac. He just thinks that fire is the best way to get rid of anything.
You don't notice any shift in like the shadows movement or anything like that, or a change in what they're doing. Um, while while you're saying this, they don't seem to react to you, except for just whenever you move.
So shadows hold me. If you dare, come forth and don't use your minions. He's just gonna shout that into the forest.
Roll a persuasion, or are you trying to persuade anything that you see out in the forest, or are you trying to?
I mean, more of a dare, like a.
So is it an
If it's
intimidation or a persuasion?
yeah, it would be more of an intimidation. It's more like
All right.
if you are my shadow trying to fight me, you won't back down from that. But if you're somebody else trying to fight me, just know if I find you, it's game over. Type of deal, you know what I mean? Here you go. Hey, yeah. Aw, rude. Why didn't you roll over to 13?
You don't see or hear any sort of movement or reaction. The shadows that are around you are still just holding on to your legs and your arm.
Fine. My friend's to my side, and he's going to effectively sheath both blades. And he's going to just stand as perfectly still as he can while scanning the area around him.
Roll perception. And what are you scanning the area around you for?
Um, Again, to see if there is anything in the area, because we don't know anything about the Halahath except for they work in the shadows.
Mm-hmm.
So he's, watching the shadows to see if anything comes out. He's seeing if there's maybe something that they can do that can bind him via shadow
Hmm.
as whatever is holding him is doing. So he's pretty much looking for the culprit of this. He's trying to stay calm about it.
So you look around and you don't see anyone in particular who is doing this to you. You notice, however, it's ever so slight that you notice that you don't feel as much of the feeling you felt before when you were trying to move and the shadows were grabbing onto you. With you being still right now, they don't seem to be grabbing on just yet. You can't quite place what's going on.
You hold me when I move, you let go when I stay. If you're not here to harm or kill me, why am I feeling such a delay?
No answer.
I see. Much if this is your showing of patience. You're going about it the wrong way.
No answer. Roll perception. You look down and start watching the shadows. And you see that where before they were grabbing on and holding your shadow, now they seem to just sort of be like moving around your shadow, feeling it.
Well, his anger now becomes curiosity. And he kind of like squats to not only make his self seem shorter, but also to get a better look at the shadows around him.
As you do that, you squat. The shadows move away for a second, and then they slowly come back in. And you see, now that you're looking at it closer, these don't look like what had been seen before, what you imagine you would see for like a fully grown man. That sort of a shadow. It's smaller, and it seems to be coming back in and feeling along your shadow with more, almost like a curiosity.
Is there any like semblance of eyes, kind of like what has been described to us about the Alahath? Or is it just playful shadows?
Do an insight check.
Okay.
For me.
Yay, flat rolls.
Ooh! A nat 20. Let's go. You? As you are studying these, it looks similar to the description of the Alahath when they're moving around as shadows. But they don't seem hostile. They don't seem malicious or malevolent. They're curious. They're feeling around your shadow, and you can sense that there's a curiosity, but also they're looking for something. And you're not sure that even they know what. These don't... They both feel similar to, or seem similar to what you've heard about the Elahath, but they haven't once attacked you. They haven't come out of the shadows in any way. And they seem far too young to be full-grown assassins. Roll a history check. You vaguely remember there being two other things that were mentioned by your party members after they had the conversation with the village elder. One being about a terrible beast named the Asu, which this does not seem like. And then you remember the other, the Hannui.
The childlike ones.
Souls of the departed. And your mind starts to make the connection. These probably aren't the Alahath.
Max is gonna go from a squat to like sitting effectively on his knees, but slowly, no sudden movements. And he's going to kind of like reach out to extend his shadow some.
Hmm.
With his left arm going out, but his right wing, well, his only wing, I should say, extending out as well. And he speaks softly. He goes, "Children, I am so sorry. May you find what you're looking for on me."
And you see when your wing extends, the shadows sort of pull back because they haven't seen that before. And they're not interested in your arm sticking out now. They're all very interested in this shadow of a wing. And they begin feeling around. You don't feel it, though, because they're just feeling around the shadow.
He's gonna drop his hand back down and kind of not exactly like keep the wing out at full extension, but definitely like where it's relaxed enough that I'm not actually putting strain on keeping it out. I mean, he's just going to continue to observe and he just feels pity and sorrow towards these childlike entities.
After a while longer of feeling around your shadow, the three shadows, one by one, begin to sort of leave. They all leave in the same direction.
Are they like bolting away, or are they just leaving? Because Max wants, if they're not like bolting away, he wants to use his navigator's tools to see which way they're going.
So, you without any sort of roll, you do notice their speed begin to increase the further that they start getting away from you. Do an insight check to see if you can gain some more insight to that.
I was like, I can't get lucky twice in a row.
You don't get any more insight other than you see it's like shadow moves away, and then takes off.
Well, after they disappear, Matt's he's gonna refold his wing back to his back, and then gather his things with a confusion as this day has progressed, as he's been now elated to be able to speak to his sword again, but upon seeing these Hannui, just he doesn't understand like what exactly they are or how he feels about it.
And after all three of them leave, roll a perception for me. You don't notice anything else after all three leave.
And Draconic, as he doesn't like feel anything, and he finishes picking up his half plate, and as he's reattaching it, he looks towards where they went, and he's going to just say, "May you find peace or hopefully you don't become instruments for a greater evil.
What are you going to do now?
After reattaching the half plate and effectively getting redressed, he's going to head back to camp and kind of, I guess, sit and wait, as I'm sure Zom is probably cooking at that point in time, or midday.
As you start walking towards back camp, you realize back towards camp, the way you're going is about the same direction that the shadows went. East.
May I make one more perception check to see if they are still in the area?
Absolutely. Actually, I would say since you know what you're looking for. Oh, well, if you want to keep the perception, then on that one, you
Yeah.
can. I was going to say, since you know what you're looking for, you could go with investigation, but they are not in the area around
hold on
you.
though. Okay.
Get
Well,
back
he's
to camp,
gonna-
I have a rock to show you.
Yeah, he's gonna definitely keep an eye out for them as he's moving back to camp to see if they, are if they stop at camp before or when I get there.
As you make your way back to camp and finally reach camp, you don't see them anywhere along the journey back.
Okay.
You get back to camp, and Healy, you had already gotten back to camp a little bit earlier.
You say, "Hey, Max, did you go to
Oh.
the weird place too?"
The weird place, Healy?
Yeah, I found a really weird place that the animals don't like to go. They said people used to be there, and now they're not. And there was some big rocks there. Here's a piece of one.
No, I didn't go through a weird place with weird rocks.
Okay.
Why would you bring a rock back from a place that even the animals won't go to?
Because it's not cursed, there's still life there. I just figured someone would know what this rock is. Because it wasn't a grape.
Well, at least you're not disturbing the dead any more than I have today.
Oh?
I think I have run into the Hannui.
Did they come from that weird place? And I point east.
No, but they did head back that way.
Maybe that's their home.
Maybe. It was worth investigating on another day.
Fair. Have you met JT yet? And I point at JT.
I just look at the bird and goes, don't believe that we've been acquainted.
He's from way up north. So past where all the gross is up north, there's actually really pretty area.
Uh-huh.
As you're saying hi to JT, you see like JT kind of like tilts his head looking at you, and then you just like a little trill like that.
What else did our feathered friend say about up north?
He didn't see any like larger than normal magical trees. Or know anything about a body.
I'd say I'm surprised, but I feel that might be a weird concept for something as such short lifespans.
JT, how old are you?
That's what you hear.
Yeah.
Healy, you hear him basically be like, "Well, I don't know. How long you been here?"
How old are you? Do you celebrate birthdays?
And Max, you hear that, and Healy, you hear him like, I don't know what that is.
How many nesting seasons have you been around for?
Oh, I'd say probably like 2 or 3.
Okay. I look at Max and say, he's at least 3 years old.
Okay. I Nope, nope. Patience. Patience.
Oh, wait, Max, you know things, right?
Depending.
Do you know how elves are born?
Um Hold on. I'm trying to keep my composure. Give me a second. Okay. Haley, are you old enough to have that talk?
I don't even know how old I am. The
Well,
weirdos at the gate said I was like 25 or something.
you know when you hit 60 and if for some ungodly reason I'm still around, I'll tell you how
Why
elves are born.
60? I don't even know how old I am.
You're very childlike, and I don't want to destroy what little innocence you still have left.
But I don't know anything about Before the Woods.
Well, I can't inform you on that. But to answer your question would be mm, awkward to say the least.
Answer if I can just be born this age.
No,
I look at
you
JT
can't
and
be
say,
born.
see, I can't be born this age.
Arma, you see JT basically like shift and like sort of like do a small flap of the feathers. Healy, you read into it more as almost like a shrug, like a bird shrug, like a,
Oh God.
Wish Sam was here so I could.
Yeah.
Healy needs the birds and the bees talk.
Yeah, that's kind of
I've got
what Max is avoiding.
I've had the music
Where do
button ready
babies come
for the
from?
birds and the bees talk right. This is the music I had ready for it. Just well, Healy.
When a
I
mommy elf
can't.
and a daddy elf love each other.
So now
Waiting to
that
happen.
Maximus has successfully avoided the birds and the bees talk,
I need a bee.
No.
what are you all doing now?
Waiting for things
I'm
to
gonna
get
ask
awkward.
Sam for the birds and the bees talk.
You don't know what it is. You don't know what you're asking
Nope.
for.
I mean, just asking
Where do elves come from?
where do elves come from is a
Yeah.
great person to be segue.
It is. But since you haven't given anything more,
Yeah.
she has
I have
nothing
nothing to
go off
reference for it.
of. Yep.
I woke up with a squirrel. Like, oh hi, we're friends.
Yo. All right. So after that conversation, Max, what do you do? Do you just stick around awkwardly, or
I'm definitely, and I do mean definitely, going to just kind of like pat Healy on the shoulder that doesn't have a crow on it.
Mhm.
And he's gonna go, little one, you'll be okay one day.
Hey, Zam.
Hi.
And
It's
then he's
the
gonna walk back to his
small
tent.
one.
Zamturok, I imagine you probably would have been within earshot because they're having this conversation at camp.
Yes.
So
I'm gonna look over. Do you know where elves come from?
Yes. Same place everyone comes from.
oh no.
I'm assuming they don't just wake up in the woods.
No.
Okay, so
That's usually
where
like Faye.
am I a fae?
Probably not. Okay, so usually, you know how there are like boys and girl elves? You know what
I
a
mean,
boy and
that
a
one elf
girl...
in the city was a boy, right?
You know how Boss is like a boy with 20 years?
Yeah.
And you're like a girl with 20... I think you're a girl. Are you a girl? You're a
I
girl,
think
right?
so.
Okay. You pee sitting down?
Yes.
Or you pee really messily standing up?
I mean, depends on where I'm peeing.
Oh, okay. So, basically, the idea is, so the guy and a girl elf will get together, and they will find traits in one another they find to be habitable for their environment, and then they sort of, like, both get naked, and the guy, like, injects the girl with his penis into her...
Buddy,
What?
be
What's up?
a little gentle with the words.
Oh, I'm sorry. So he takes his thing and puts it in her thing, and then he, like, yells, and they both kind of enjoy it, and then time passes, and he grows an elf inside of her because when they put the things together, like, magic happens and then makes an elf. And then later she has a baby.
How big's the baby?
I don't know how big elf babies usually babies come out and they're like, he like holds his hands up like really close together. He's like small enough to fit in my hands, and then they grow just like everything else. It just, I think elves take like elves and dwarves, they like take a really long time. Like a really long time. For like, you guys are really stunted. I don't know why, but you know. I recall for minotaurs, we're born and within a year we can make babies.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and by the time we're 2 or 3, usually we're told like, hey, you need to go out on a quest and, you know, make your way in the world. But with elves, it's like decades. It takes so long for you all to grow up. It's like, I don't know. It also takes a really long time for elves to die. Like a really long time. Like centuries long.
So how old am I?
The guard said you were like you looked like you're 25.
Mm-hmm.
You're probably like 40-ish, maybe even 50 years old.
Huh.
You're pretty close to probably being like an adult, but
I should probably find out where my parents are.
I mean, I think you would want to kind of start in the forest wherever you. Well, that's going to be kind of a problem, but you know, the forest wherever you were found, because wherever you were found is likely where you were left or where you were last traveling with somebody from your home.
Oh, we can't go there
Unfortunately,
anymore.
yeah, unfortunately, we can't really get back there. So you'd probably want to. I don't know. I mean, you'd kind of have to talk to a being who has the ability to know those things. So be really hard.
Do you think that person on the weird thing, on the weird chair, would know?
They might, but I'm almost positive that they won't just tell you for free.
That's true. Okay, thanks. What's for dinner?
I don't know. Probably stew again.
And I look at JT like, see, that's where elves come from.
JT,
That's fine.
JT.
JT
So
could probably tell you where crows come from.
yeah, I was gonna say
You just have to ask him.
you, Zamtruck and Maximus just hear like that sort of a sound followed by that. Keely, you hear JT basically just like, that's how y'all grow? That's nasty. Why would you grow inside like that? Why not just lay an egg?
I don't know. Hey, Zom, can we lay eggs?
No, that's part of the process. The eggs inside of the female,
Oh.
and the
The
part
eggs
that helps to
inside.
make the baby is in the male. And you put them together, and what have you got? You've got a cake. I mean, you've got a baby.
You can't perceive it from here, Zom. Healy, if you look over, JT's mouth is just open like,
It's easier, I guess, to think of it as like when you lay an egg, the egg is stationary. With the egg inside of somebody, they can move the egg all the time. So it can be safer.
I'm gonna look for Squealy. Squealy, do you know how squirrels make babies?
They are also live birth mammals.
sorry, I got something stuck in my eye. What was the question?
It's probably tears.
No, it's definitely an eyelash. What was the question that you were asking, Squealy?
Oh, I'm looking for Squealy and say, do you know how baby made? And I'm gonna assume Squealy's avoiding that conversation.
Squealy like pops her head out and then looks at you, looks at Zam, and then looks at JT. And you just hear like, you are stupid. And pops her head back into the bag. Like pulls the skull down with her because it almost comes off when she goes back into the bag.
Fair enough. Let's eat.
So, Zam, what are you making?
He's gonna make stew. Hold on.
No worries. So, while he steps away for just a moment, Max, you left the conversation. What did you go to do after you left the conversation?
I apparently didn't leave it that much. But while trying to uh, awkwardly not listen in on that monstrosity of a conversation, I think Max is going to do a rough doodle
Okay.
of the area he was in. Like, I know it's still inside that initial square that we have, but I want to make it a bit more like foliage details from what he gleaned while he was practicing, and then jot down some notes on what he has spotted about the Hannui and his feelings about it.
Okay. Are you trying to like recreate it so that you can find it again, or are you just marking it down as something for you to remember?
It's more for personal notes.
Okay. No roll needed then.
Yeah.
Healy, following the conversation of where elves come from, what are you doing?
I have a lot to think about.
Yes, you do.
And before I go into meditation, I kind of look up and say, any of you guys know where I came from? And then I go look back down.
Are you asking intently? Like, are you actually trying to ask someone or something? Or are you
I just kind of look up and say it
rhetorically?
like as a passing and then look
Okay,
back down.
so more rhetorically.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you go into your meditation. And Zamtrok makes a stew, the qualities of which we will soon learn about. And some time passes, and it's now getting close to dark. Amarasi still poring over the etchings of the stone. He hasn't left his tent in like a day and a half.
The mad scientist doing mad scientist things.
Yep. The only thing you've seen is him coming out to grab food and then go back into his tent with it. So I just love Stone Bro. Is that without the comma, I love Stone Bro, as in like it's a stone bro? Or is that with a comma, I just love Stone Bro? Stone Bro voted number 1 NPC in the game.
No, we all know the number one NPC in the game is so far Therapy Bear.
Brosif Dude Man.
Brosif
Therapy
Dude Man
Bear.
is definitely number 4. Tug is probably number 2. Because let's be honest.
So none of you can see this, however.
Aww.
Yes.
I can't tell you the number of heart attacks that my child has given me coming all the way up the 2 flights of stairs into this area. And they'd be like, I'm going to play with all this dangerous crap you keep up here.
Starting them young.
Well, I have a like insane machinery of a gate that I've built and weighted and added stuff to so she couldn't get through it, and she's gotten around.
Nature finds a way. Nature always finds a way.
Well, she's already got her birds and bees talk. You're ahead of life.
Yeah, I know. It's one of the things about me and also Zom is like, oh, you are asking me for information that like is an honest question. Well, I'm not gonna lie to you. Might give you an abridged version, but
So
no, you can't. You can't have soda. No.
So for the lunch that you're making, then Zom, you're making a stew. What properties you given that meal?
Probably just high protein at this point,
Okay.
because of what he's got on hand, and he's trying to kind of save any flavor enhancement stuff for if we get into a situation where we really need as much of the boost as possible.
Okay. So for anyone who eats that lunch, you have a +1 to your morale and a +1 to con saves to prevent exhaustion for the next 4 hours for that second effect. So you'll have lunch. After lunch, Healy, I imagine you're just meditating until night. All right. And Maximus.
Well, now that Zom is here. Zom,
Yes.
how do you feel about these creatures that are on this continent?
Which ones?
Well, we've had run-ins with natural things that we know of.
Well, the snakes are
You-
assholes.
Well, yeah, so that's fair. And the hags are, well, haggy.
Did you tell them about the hag?
I didn't. That's literally the first time he's
Yeah.
mentioned it. So it was more like under the breath type of.
You say hag?
Anyways, you've had a run-in with the. Oh, what are those things called? He kind of like ponders over. It's like I'm trying to remember. The assassins.
Yes, the assassin.
The Alath, yes. You've had a run-in with one of those. And now I've had a run-in with their childlike brethren, if you will.
The Hannui?
Yes. Do you feel like this party is in more danger than they may have realized? We were already told this was effectively a death wish. But now that we're here, do you feel as though we might be putting too much on our youngers?
I think that the question that the point is anything but moot at this point, really. We were chased away from the only place that we really had as a base of operations, and we were going to go on an expedition for ostensibly money, if not glory. Amarasi questionably wants to is insane, so he just wants to go into a death trap land to explore for fun or something, or science, or both. But that all stopped being relevant when we were chased away from a burning city by madmen and zealots.
Healy's gonna cut in and say, I just wanted to ride a ship.
Okay, well.
And then go back to meditating.
But
yes.
There is no we are putting anything on our youngers or on those who are with us at all. This is entirely a matter of necessity. Everything that we've done from the time we left Flamehearth to now has been out of necessity. We had a bunch of people that we needed to take care of. We had to make a new home city, essentially, so that we have somewhere civilized to go back to. Not that the villagers aren't entirely civilized, but I don't have as much trouble with what they're doing. Necromancy isn't all evil. Calling the spirits of your ancestors back to assist you is something that is done and has happened in the past in my homeland, although keeping the bodies usually isn't done, because why would you? Flesh is weak and the spirit is strong, but I guess here they have a different idea. So, as far as how dangerous is this place, it is very dangerous, but it is a danger more of the unknown than it is a danger of anywhere on any continent. There could be demons and devils and other major dangers and horrible creatures of any kind, whether they be natural or unnatural or magical, that could be created and cause you harm. They exist everywhere. They exist from my homeland. They exist here. They exist everywhere. And with that, there is a case to be made for, if we had had a choice, not to go through the Pale and simply to flee to another country, would we have made it? We could have tried fleeing anywhere, and as far as I'm concerned, the Order of Cinders likely would have just chased after us, claiming their whatever the hell. You were in a town, and we had a problem with that town, so we needed to burn the town to the ground. However, just because you stood in that town for more than 5 minutes, you were also culpable, and so you must die.
Yes, that's, I guess, being. I don't know how to put it, my friend. I believe that this run-in with the Hannui is changing my outlook on those that we look after.
As long as they aren't sacrificed to the darkness, they won't become Hannui.
Yes, but after running into them, like, I felt nothing but pity, sadness.
Hmm?
It's hard to think that we're not only jumping at shadows, but now we must be ever mindful of those that would be possibly in them.
True. It's not so much to me that we have to jump at shadows, that there are enemies behind every tree, but that there is likely a learning curve of figuring out the best or easiest way to ensure that that you don't have an assassin in your shadow. It complicates our lives on this island, on this continent, a lot more, but it doesn't make them impossible. It just changes them. There are all kinds of other beasts we may come across who could be far more dangerous than we could imagine, whether they be natural or unnatural.
This is a good point. This is a good point. I don't know. Maybe my old age is catching up to me. I'm becoming sentimental in all the worst things.
Well, if you can hold on to the sentimentality of the people that we are here to protect and support, over the people who were the innocents lost in its own unfortunate circumstances, and those who are literally the embodiments of shadow and evil. Any of those who worshipped previous or worship now the plague god, or want to bring them back. Essentially, they are on the opposite side of the line. They are in the darkness. They are lost. Perhaps at some point in the future, once we've a much better handle and knowledge base on this entire continent, and I do mean its entirety, and the peoples here, how the weave works and functions, how the souls of those who die who are connected to the land move when they die, or if there is a way to return them or pull them back away from the darkness. Once we better figured that out, I think we can better combat what is the darkness and identify it, possibly find its source, and if not destroy it, at least reduce its access to increase and try and maintain some kind of harmony and balance in the island. Because as much as the idea or the theory that if you remove the darkness, then all you have is light, everything will be great, it's not usually how reality works. You always need something to balance. And if we try and cut out, quote unquote, the heart of the darkness or destroy it, it could lead to anything. The island may just try to rebalance everything on its own, and that would ensue chaos. It could be that light itself and the life that we have here loses its luster and everything becomes gray. There's a lot of questions that don't have answers that I'd really rather not test. Questions that we definitely should keep out of Amarasi's ears and head, because gods only know what lengths he will go to for his insanity to say, I have a hypothesis, I need to resolve it, but it requires me to destroy the entire world. Oh well.
Yeah. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
I would say we'll burn it when we get to it, but something.
You know.
Have you had any further dealings or connections with the weave itself here? Any further insight? Aside from the fact that apparently the Hannui may be connected to it?
Well, I was getting a strange sense earlier, but I think they were that strange connection that I was having. I haven't tried to reach out since running into them. And when he says that, he kind of closes his eyes and does reach out.
Roll Arcana.
If the Hannui are the souls of the children that were sacrificed, and they can roam freely.
So
That seems to point to the fact they could be severed.
Maximus, with that roll, you still can feel that there's something weird about this area, but you still can't identify what exactly.
Max is, when he opens his eyes, I can't answer that question, but something still feels wrong or off here. I wouldn't say wrong, as I don't know the area well enough. I think I'll investigate it more tomorrow.
Probably a good idea. Have we made a determination on whether we're trying not to talk to the halfway god thing being?
Well, I don't know anything about that. I have been attempting to find religion, if you will, as I have made contact with, shockingly enough, Bahamut himself.
Really?
Yeah,
Is his voice strong here?
not that I can tell. Every time I've tried to reach out since the encounter at New Haven, well, before it was New Haven, so more along the beach. Um, I don't, I don't know if this halfway entity or halfway god or even a halfway man is somebody that is someone we should even encounter. It's like trying to talk to the fool or whatever he wants to be called now.
I did notice something when Healy built that altar.
Oh,
When I spoke to a nature deity, using the altar as sort of a conduit, I was able to reach them much easier and much clearer because of the fact that I believe utilizing and giving through an altar or some kind of a holy place help to solidify the connection between here and the gods. I think if we are going to seek to further have any more connection with the gods being here, once we get the once we link back up with the second expedition and hopefully persuade them to come back with us to New Haven, I think the next major building project we really need is a temple.
as I am not much of a religious man, I'll leave that to you. Hell, I don't even know what I would do for Bahamut himself. For the most part, I thought he was gone.
Do you know his purview?
I'm sorry, you cut off on me.
Do you know his purviews?
I'm going to be real honest with you. My first encounter with him has been my only encounter with him.
Well, when I say purviews, I mean, what does he stand for? What is he known for? I guess.
I mean, he is King of the Dragons, and actually, I gotta look this up. I know it, but like, I don't want to give false information. Wow. Uh, but yeah, he is, King of the Dragons. He is everything that is good of their kind, unlike his twisted sister Tiamat. He is one who makes sure that justice is tempered with mercy and punishment with forgiveness. But
Probably do well here then.
in order to keep balance, sure.
I think he would do well having his presence here because of the fact that you describe him as being not justice just for simply for justice's sake or balance for balance's sake, but a tempered justice or balance, one that you use not just pure cold logic, but also compassion to guide. I honestly think that the being, whatever it may be, um, their emotions seemed empty to me. Almost either as if they were like they didn't have them. Like this entire thing, the whole of the island was like an experiment of some kind, and they were just watching it and amused by it. And so long as the balance doesn't shift too far one way or another, they could care less.
Classic lack of empathy. But practical in its own sense, I'm sure, as they have been here way longer than we have, and they understand the balance of it.
It makes me wonder how they still exist.
Land long enough, you evolve to be a part of it. Okay, bye.
Sorry.
You're fine.
So, the reason I say that is that there are so many people who have. There are so many people who have claimed that the fool or the god of this land, the mediator, the balancing being, that they have no worshippers. But that makes no sense.
Maybe.
Come out of my meditation again and say the fool. That guy does not like that person does not appreciate being called the fool.
I'm aware. But the other questions that I would have are if he is merely here as a watcher, he wants to watch, he doesn't really care or have empathy for the peoples who live here, then what else can we really do to work with him? And aside from that, again, how is he still here if he has no worshippers? Typically, a deity has something that powers them through their own purview. So if the thing that powers him is the balance of this island, and the fact that the darkness exists and the light exists, or the tree of life exists, and that both of these, in their balance, grant him sustenance or existence, essentially, then it is that allows him to continue to exist. For many other religions, the thing that allows a god to exist is because they're not that selfish that they would sustain themselves off of the reality itself. They aren't feeding off the world like some kind of ungodly monster. They have followers. Their followers and the faith that they have, or the belief that they have, is what helps to fuel back into a god. If there are no followers here, and we were to bring other religions into this land, and bring those religions here and conduits of the god here, that also can have acceptance of the ancestral worship that the natives have, then through essentially rather insidious means, we could usurp the balancer entirely by simply making them part of this land also.
That
which would
seems like
force
a
a change.
terrible idea.
Is it?
Yes.
Because the balancer allows the Hannui and the Shadow Assassins and the Dark Plague God to exist here. The gods
Yes.
themselves specifically block this land off so that the thing, the balancer, would have to deal with it. Clearly, it's not doing too well for the people who live here.
I mean, we don't know that. We don't know enough about this land in order to make that decision. I believe bringing other deities into an area that already has enough looking up on. Hell, as far as we know, this continent could have been around way longer than our continent. And as far as we can tell, there has been no strife, no anger, no genocide, if you will.
We know that to not be true already. There was a massive plague that killed
Yes.
many.
A plague is not genocide, it's a disease.
With
We
that
don't
attitude.
have.
The plague was alive. It was a living plague that was further, I can't think of the word. It was further pushed forward by Muroth, or Mur, whatever the hell his
Murroth.
name was, who was a being that, as far as I can kind of piece together from the information we've gathered, somehow came from the north, from likely the dark seed that the balancer himself planted here, which is why everyone called him a fool, because he planted some kind of tree of life and a dark seed somewhere else on this island. And putting two and two together, that dark seed seems to point to this horrible plague being thing that literally wiped out life like a walking death.
Hmm.
Being that causality happens if the plague god came about because of direct action by the balancer, that's genocide through plague. If you create a plague thing that then kills thousands or a large percentage of the populace, that is genocide. It's just a different way. But again, we're left with more questions than answers.
I feel as though any other beings brought in could cause more harm than good. None of us will know that until we either do it or don't do it. And yes, if this balancer has already caused unwanted mayhem and it was stopped already, us doing anything could make it better or worse, and we'll never know until we do it. But personally, I do not believe that is the wisest course of action. But I'm also not a very wise man.
I would prefer to act. I mean, I would definitely like to know more about the island. I would definitely like to know more about the way that things work here. The weave, religion, the plants, the animals, the souls of those here. But until I see otherwise, the best thing that I believe that can be done is to create conduits that will allow other clerics and paladins to be trained here, because we are here and cut off from the entire rest of the world as far as we are aware, until there is some other way to get past the pale lights or fight them and win by some hopeless margin. Until then, we're kind of stuck here.
Yes, but just be ready to kill your creation if it turns out to be not the right one.
Okay.
Because acting without any kind of heed for what could happen, as I've said, could be disastrous, or, as you said, could be beneficial.
I'm gonna interrupt and hold up my picture and say, what if they're trapped here?
Who?
This is the balance. The person you keep calling the fool.
So
I keep
Zamtrok,
calling him
And-
the balancer.
Zamtrok, you somewhat recognize from Healy's drawing the image of as far as the horizon goes, just still ankle deep water and a seat a decent distance away that is half quartz, half onyx, and a figure sitting on top of
Yep.
it. Though the recreation of the figure is meh, but you recognize it. Maximus, you've never seen this before, and this is entirely new for you.
That is the being I saw that was the balancer, or as some call him, the fool. He's the being that exists as a... He seems to enjoy or be more positive towards those who want a harmony or a kind of balance, a justice, a scale of right and wrong, of light and dark. Which makes sense because it appears as something that is both of those things.
Whenever I
neutral
was
party.
in there, I couldn't get any closer. And it seemed like they couldn't really tell us much.
Like they
So what if
couldn't
they just
or they wouldn't.
can't? I couldn't tell. But what if they can't? And that's why it keeps asking us to bring them things, because it's trying to get released from this lake trap. This water trap.
We don't really have a solid way to answer that. If it's something that's trapped or something trying to be released, it could literally be something from the plague being, and that could have actually legitimately been a plague god.
Huh.
If its image is true to its form, then it could be, as I've been describing, a being that wants balance and seeks to balance and harmonize the world here, this world. But we don't have a solid way to answer that unless we somehow can gain some absolute truth. And as far as I'm concerned, one of the other reasons why I suggested building a temple here to other gods that we trust or that we believe in and have faith in is because they at least would be an outside objective source to ask about this.
Good point. And they did make my friend out in the water.
What?
The friend. The pale lights.
Was made by whom?
All the
gods.
gods.
Who are all the gods?
All of them.
So it says. Does it know all the gods?
I don't know, they
you?
had a whole big committee to save us.
Well, yes, but 10 people arguing is still only 10.
I woke up like 5 years ago. I don't know anything about gods.
A creature created specifically to destroy and claiming that all of the gods took part in its creation likely knows all of the gods that created it, but that does not mean all of the gods.
But maybe that means the gods do know this island and they just don't want a part of it.
It's possible. But every time I have reached out to the gods, they have been concerned that it was so difficult to reach me and seemed like I was so far away. They seemed concerned and wanted me, and by extension the party, to continue on our journeys, to continue to try and survive and thrive in this land. Which, if they wanted nothing to do with it, I would have expected them to say, do whatever you can to survive for now, and then leave as soon as you can. So still, we are left with more questions than answers. As of now, I think we do what we can with what we have. We can try and get a hold of the second expedition. We can try and get further information about the area and map things out to get a better understanding of a layout of the land. Maybe finding places we could gather some more resources along the way, and definitely taking a look at this tree of life at some point. But other than those things, I'm not sure that really interacting with the cosmic powers and cosmology of this island, this continent, is really in our wheelhouse right now. I definitely know that we want to keep that heart thing, the Bach, the doomsday device, away from the north. That is obvious.
Agree. So why do we keep going north?
Because the only way to learn about the north is to go there.
I got a crow that's from north.
Did you want to stay in New Haven while the rest of us travel north to explore?
You know.
Then that kind of limits your options, doesn't it? Unless you want to explore the south.
I've been saying that.
But at some point we need to know what is in the north.
You right.
I'm definitely not saying that we should go there anytime soon, but at the very least having a good continental map of the area up to a certain latitude of this island, and then like the as much of the south area as we can find and map as well as we can. Because one of the other things that we should probably do, that we may even find very beneficial to us creating further civilization on this island, is to find another place to put another settlement. Because eventually we're going to need one.
Place with a bunch of big rocks right to our east.
Big rocks?
Yeah. Something about people used to live there and then left, and none of the animals like to go in it, but it's not cursed because the vegetation's still growing.
Huh. That definitely seems like something we should investigate. Is there any way that your crow or you could summon a beast that would be able to try and seek out and find the second expedition members and give them a message?
Oh my god, that's genius! I'm gonna summon. Who am I gonna summon? I have so many options. I can summon any kind of an animal you want for up to an hour. Give or take size.
If it was small and very fast, could you send a message with it?
Yeah, I also have a crow.
Yeah, but the ones that you summon aren't like you don't summon a living animal out of the forest, right? You're summoning like a spirit, or you're making like an I guess an arcane thing.
One is a spirit, the other one is a couple fays. Actually, they're fey spirits, so yeah, it's all spirits.
Okay. I just didn't, because the difference there is if you summon a spirit, when it stops being here, or if it is harmed while it is here, then it goes away, but it doesn't die forever because you can summon it again. If you send JT and something eats him while he's on the way, he doesn't come back.
hold JT like, no.
JT
That's
kind
why
of just like looks at you concerned, and everybody else just hears like a little. But you are just like you hear. I don't like the sound of that.
Look
That's
down.
why
I don't either.
I would suggest. I mean, if they're within an hour of the flight of a spiritual, I mean, maybe a kestrel or an albatross, something that has enough speed but with a small enough size that you could summon it for as long as possible, so that it could travel as far as it possibly could, looking for the individuals we're looking for. But it would have to be smart enough to be able to find them. It would have to be smart enough to be able to give a message, whether we tie it to it or not. But it would also have to be very fast, because it only has, as you said, an hour.
Could send.
I'm surprised we didn't think of this earlier. But then again, the limiting factor there is speed and time. Unless you have a way to make the spell last longer. I mean, I don't.
No.
I guess that's the only really limiter then, is 1 hour. So, a creature that can travel as far as possible in a single hour, and that we could deliver a message with.
Okay. You got a preference?
Honestly, something that flies, because if it can fly very fast, then it won't be slowed down by the land terrain. It can fly in a straight line. Depending on how many times you can send this thing out, we could literally send them north, northeast, east, northeast, straight northeast, almost true east, northeast.
An eagle.
So
Excuse me.
out of character, out of this conversation, with the eagle having a fly speed of 60 feet, it would be able to travel twice as fast, but given that you can move 6 miles in 2 hours, I believe it is, it would basically just cover 6 miles. So it would just move to 1 square away from you guys, basically. And with
Right.
that, that's without making a return trip. So by the time that it reaches into the next square, at the time of the summoning, it just disappears.
Yeah.
Which means if you are giving it a message in a written form, that's getting left behind wherever it poofed.
True.
So if there's a message tied to it and it poofs, does the message poof with it?
No.
Oh, okay. So it would just kind of like fall to the ground.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna look towards the woods and kind of yell. Any creatures seen a party of people that aren't us?
No response.
When you talk to these animals, are you speaking, like, can we understand what you're saying?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Real quickly, I'm going to do a little intermission for us.
Okay, cool.
welcome back, everybody. And hopefully you all enjoyed that bit of fan art by Niffy Cat. I'll do a quick shout out for her. She also streams. Awesome streamer, content creator. And we always love getting to see the fan art that she makes. So, where we had left off, you all were still discussing things as far as gods, and I believe the area, if I'm not mistaken. So what are you all doing now?
I'm probably gonna retire myself to bed.
Okay. Healy?
Same.
All right. Zamtrock, I imagine the same? No word from Zamtrock. So, I will assume, probably.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Yes, I will probably be also heading off to the beds.
Okay. You all, I'm guessing... So, I'll do it this way. If any of you would like to volunteer yourselves for being up on the evening watch, then you may do so. If not, I will pretend as if the other half of the party is doing watch over the night.
That's what I figured was happening.
Well, I'm not going to let Amarasi go on watch.
Okay?
Yeah, neither would Max. So
Okay, so are one or both of you going to be on watch tonight?
I'll take watch.
yeah, same.
Yeah.
So that's 2 of the 3 shifts.
All right. And then between the other two, odds is boss, evens is horns. Horns will be the last person on the watch.
Woot. Oh, that's why I can't find this friggin' place anymore.
All right.
Y'all changed the server name. Why'd you do that?
You missed.
You missed the grand announcement.
Yeah, I must have.
Story short, we are changing. We're making this a more.
More focused.
How would you?
And
Yeah,
we're
thank you.
rebranding. So,
Yeah.
Centralized.
yep. So,
Rebranding.
yep. So we are no longer the hub. We are now the Tavern of Worlds. And
Sweet.
October 1st, this campaign, along with any other campaigns from the Discord, will not be on my Twitch page or any other respective Twitch page. It'll be on the official Tavern of Worlds Twitch page. And videos
Cool.
from this campaign and other campaigns will be uploaded to the Tavern of Worlds YouTube.
YouTube.
That's
We're
awesome.
we've already put money towards having the highest tier subscription of World Anvil, so that any of you that are wanting to do world building have the resources. And we are also beginning to put money towards D&D Beyond, so that any of you running campaigns can have access to the source books and stuff, among other things.
Awesome.
All right. So, I got one roll.
Zam got a natural 20 for a grand total of 26.
Very nice. Let me roll a 3. Between the two of you and Horns, which is first, second, and third watch?
Max would be first.
Third.
The horns is second.
All right, so Horns is in the middle. All right. Huh. Okay. Max, as you are on watch, you notice something that you haven't noticed on this island yet. Fireflies.
Aww.
You see some fireflies sort of flying around, the occasional flashing of the light, which you may or may not be familiar with from your time on the mainland. But something that you guys know is on the island now, on the continent.
That's nice.
Horns also sees them during her watch. Zamtrock, during your
Yes.
watch, you notice a shadow moving in the glow of the fire.
Shadow moving that isn't being cast by a person?
Yes.
He's gonna move over towards it with his weapon at the ready.
As you move towards it, it moves away for a second out of your view. Make another perception roll real quick. And tell me, how do you react? What do you do?
I mean, he's kind of assuming that this is like this could be one of those assassin things.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like at the ready with his weapon, but he's going to, basically he's going to say, "I don't know who or what you are, but I don't need to see you to kill you."
All right.
20 what?
21 on his second perception.
You see the shadow slowly start coming back in, and it moves to your shadow. And you see it sort of feeling around on your shadow.
Like it's interacting with it?
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
What do you do?
Is that all it appears to be doing?
At the moment, yeah.
Zom's probably going to stay kind of on alert, but he's a little confused. He's just kind of like, "Can you talk?
It doesn't
Is there
say
some way you
anything.
can communicate?"
Doesn't say anything. It just continues to feel along your shadow, basically.
He's going to reach out a hand towards the shadow and see if he can touch it.
You reach out to touch it, and it sort of moves away when the shadow of your arm is getting closer. And then your hand touches the ground, basically touching your own shadow. And it reaches to grab the shadow of your hand and you feel you could swear that you could feel something.
He's
And it
gonna try and Zom's gonna try and make the shadow of his hand touch the shadow of this shadow thing.
It backs away for a second, and then it grabs onto the shadow of your arm.
Does it feel like anything, or is it?
Is your hand above the ground? Are you just casting the shadow to watch this, or is your hand on the ground?
Hands on the ground. I'm trying to literally like make both the shadow and my hand touch the shadow of the shadow's hand shadow.
You feel... You know the feeling where you feel a little bit of like the wind move some of the hairs on your arm, and
Yeah.
it feels like something's touching there? That's kind of the sensation you somewhat have. If just in the two spots where the shadow is grabbing onto your arm. But not your arm, the shadow of your arm.
You said this was kind of near the campfire, right?
Mm-hmm. The campfire is the only reason you can see it.
Zom's gonna take like a piece of like a stick that's in the fire to sort of lift up like a torch to see if changing where the light is changes this shadow that he's trying to touch.
So you start moving the shadow, the makeshift torch basically, to see if casting light from a different angle, and it doesn't. And now, especially with you being closer, it looks like the shadow of... It definitely does not appear to be the shadow of a full-grown adult.
Can you hear me?
Roll insight.
Oh, that should be. $19 on the insight.
You can tell that it does seem to move a little bit. Upon you saying something to it, but it doesn't seem to be acting in any particular way. The insight that you rolled basically gives you a sort of realization that you're not certain if this thing can speak to you, or it does seem to be able to hear you possibly, but even if it could hear you, it may not speak the same language, so it may not understand what you're saying. What will you do?
Just trying to think of what I can do. Um, Guess Sam's gonna pray.
Okay. Who are you praying to, and what are you praying?
It's nighttime, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is the moon out? Since the weather was clear?
Give me just 1 second real quick.
There was clear skies for today and tomorrow, so I don't see why not.
Yeah. No, it's more me trying to see. I'm rolling a d8 to see what phase the moon is on.
Nice, good use.
Okay. So it is a new moon. So you
Cool.
do not see the moon.
Zam is going to pray to Saloon.
Okay.
And he is essentially praying, asking for, being that Saloon is a goddess of, like, she's the goddess of the moon, but she's also a goddess of knowledge and the twilight and sort of the passage of light into dark, and vice versa. If there is a way to reach these beings, these children, these young shadows who clearly appear to not be evil, how to tell them that we're friendly, and or how to free them, basically.
Hmm.
Or if there is really a way to free them.
In which case, make a religion roll.
I thought this roller is a huge pain in the ass. Okay. How was my religion again? Okay. Came in fucking swinging. Yeah. Fucking
Okay.
came in swinging. I was just like, holy shit.
Thank you, Distal's place. Everybody deafen except for Zamtrok for me, please. You begin praying. And you see another glow beginning. The moon is casting light when it shouldn't be. It is a new moon after all. And you hear a faint voice. I hear you, my child, but you are so far away, so hard to hear. Where are you?
We report beyond the pale, lady. We were chased to the forbidden continent.
or beyond our reach.
Is there a way to bring you here?
There is only one way to do that. And to do so, I'm not certain that it would be a good thing to do.
And it is impossible for us to come back.
We discussed long to decide your fate. But the consensus that was made was that we cannot allow anything from that land to reach the mainland.
What if when we die?
Gods still are not decided. You're not from those lands, so you are not beholden to its rules, but we do not pass through the Pale to those lands.
Are those killed by the pale lights allowed to pass into their afterlife?
They are.
Very well.
As for the young one that you are asking me about, I have never seen this sort of an affliction before. I'm afraid I don't know how to help.
I understand, lady. Thank you. Good to hear your voice. I hope one day, perhaps, we can make this place not be such a cursed hell. But until then,
It is far harder to undo what has been done than it is to do.
you know why this place was so cast away?
Because the gods deigned so.
The one who rules here, the one who acts as a god in this land, does he have a name?
He does, but we will not speak it. That fool has destroyed more. Well, that's a story from long ago.
So he is dangerous.
It's impossible to trust him. Who and what he favors changes with the tide, with the shifting of balance.
And I only have one final question, lady.
Ask him.
Can he be undone?
Even the rest of us gods could not undo him. That is why the Pale exists.
So the Pale keeps him here.
And you now feel your connection with her begin to fade, and the moon that was shining when it shouldn't dims again.
Goodbye, lady. Well, great. New insight.
Man
love
shows
new
up late, gets a nice scene to himself. I'm not jealous.
After this prayer, and after a while of the shadow feeling around your shadow, it leaves.
Oh.
Anything else that you're doing for the rest of your watch?
Probably not, honestly. I mean, like before everyone wakes up in the morning, he's probably going to again prep stuff for breakfast so that it doesn't take very much time to make the breakfast, so everything's kind of ready. But other than that,
Also, the previous day I had you just working on the deer. I imagine. What preparation would you have been doing for the deer?
honestly, just trying to, if it was smoked, just making sure that it was like, um, some of it would be kept as like salted or slightly dried, um, so that it would last a little longer to not be totally dehydrated. But um, the rest of it just smoked it because it at this point we're kind of going day by day on, we need all of our food to last as long as possible, and if we can continue to utilize obviously the um, I mean, we have a bag of holding, so
Yeah,
being able to put a huge amount of smoked meat into a bag of holding allows us to carry a lot more food. But since it goes bad, there's only so much that you really want to stock up.
exactly. So from the buck, you guys got about 52 pounds of meat raw.
Nice.
So smoking it or salting it, definitely smoking it would have removed a lot of the water from it, so it would have
Yeah.
dropped the weight of it down. So of the 52 pounds, how much of that did you salt? How much of that did you smoke? And how much of that did you just cook for the first night?
Probably cook the first enough for everyone to have like a pound of cooked meat. So what is that? 6
So
pounds?
6 pounds, so that would bring it down to 46 pounds.
And then salt 16 pounds because that'll last us for making breakfast and dinners for a while. And then the rest just smoke. So like 30 pounds of smoked meat. Which is like 20. Actually, it becomes 20 pounds basically.
Yep. So you now have 20 pounds of smoked venison, which you made on the 2nd of Istric. And you have about, because it loses some water, but it doesn't lose as much through salting. I'm going to say 12 pounds of salted.
Okay.
So, you all awaken. Zemtruck, what sort of breakfast are you making for everybody?
Deer meat and something. Um, I think some of the vegetables that I still have, and maybe a little bit of garlic.
Okay. So you're using. So venison is high protein.
Yes.
So you are making something high protein, and since you're using vegetables, vitamin rich.
Yeah.
And a flavor enhancer for the garlic.
Yep, flavor enhancer. So you all get a +2 to your morale. For the next 4 hours, you have a +1 to con saves to prevent exhaustion, and for the next 8 hours, you have a +1 to con saves to prevent disease.
It's not amazing breakfast, but it's decent.
Yeah. So you all awaken. What do you all
Actually, I
do?
have 14. Have we determined where we're headed next?
No, that's kind of why we've been staying by the obelisk this whole time.
That and Amarasi trying to make sense of it.
How much time have we been here? Just a day?
This will be the start of the second day we've been here.
Oh shit. The idea I had previously, we may really want to get a move on and start sending animals out with messages in as many northerly, easterly directions as possible. Because if they're traveling 2 to 4, or sorry, what is it? Basically 2 to 4 blocks, which is like what, 6 to 8 miles, or however many miles they're traveling in a day. Uh, if we get left behind, basically chasing after them is going to do us no good. Unless we start using the eagle trick and having horns try to roughly map areas with Max sort of using navigator's tools on the ground to sort of orientate things.
What did you see that made you change your mind? Or is it just from
Change
being
my mind on what?
not necessarily change your mind, but say it's time to get going? Was it just because we sat here for too long?
Part of it is that, and part of it is that I have had sort of a. I interacted with a Hannui last night. It came up and seemed to be very curious of me. And I prayed to Saloon. And I had some questions for her, being that she is not only a goddess of the twilight, but also of knowledge. She stated that they haven't quite. They came to a consensus on the fate of those of us who passed through the Pale, as far as our living consensus. As far as what happens when we die has not been quite decided, aside from the fact that it is known, from what was explained to me by her, that anyone or anything killed by the Pale Lights is released to its own afterlife. I asked her about the affliction that is affecting the Hannui, and she stated that she has never seen anything like it. So she had no idea how we could help them or not. When I mentioned the idea of possibly making conduits, temples, even simple altars to put a foothold of the gods here on the island, she also believed that it was probably not the best idea to interfere on the island because of the fact that, and she called him the Fool. Saloon did. So the name the Fool does not come from man, it comes from the gods. Whatever this being is on this island, it has done so much damage and been so fickle that the gods collectively uh, basically marooned him here on this continent, and set up the pale around it as a barrier, as far as I can tell, basically to keep it here.
Huh.
It cannot be, as far as Saloon knows, it cannot be unmade or killed, which is why it was sequestered here. Unfortunately, to the best of my knowledge, that means that we're dealing with a being who is trapped here, likely not happily, because it was in the eyes of quote unquote all the gods. That means both sides of the coin of all the gods, was so destructive that it needed to be put somewhere else. So it was put here. Though, as upsetting as that is, our best bet is to do whatever we can to discover as much as we can of this land, and as far as I'm concerned, gather our forces and just try and survive and live here. And work up some kind of methodology to get back through the pale. Or to live here until we're old and then build a boat big enough for ourselves, or at least if I stay here into my old age, I will build a boat big enough for me to sail into the pale. And I'll make all the fucking noise I can.
Her son.
I want him trapped and for us to live till we're old enough or able to leave. Why wouldn't they just let us through?
And so the lady said.
Because that would open up a passage for him to get through.
Yeah, she said.
What Saloon said is that nothing of the island could be allowed to come back towards the mainland, because any of it could have some part and parcel or essence of the Fool. I think the knowledge is not that it is knowledge of the Fool that they are trying to keep concealed from the rest of the world. Because if someone were to create an altar, a temple to worship the Fool elsewhere, it would allow him to step beyond the pale, and that could bring untold destruction to the entire rest of the world. So the idea that Darrigan had, where he claimed that this was literally a death sentence, is not totally unfounded. It's extremely unlikely that someone would be able to navigate the pale one way because of the way that it is set up to block, seemingly to confuse and stop anything from getting through it, unless you utilize what, as we did, the weave itself, basically, to travel through. What I am concerned with is if originally the entirety of the pale had no way through it at all, if we were able to find a crack, a chink in that armor, how long will it take for the things that are trapped here to find that same way out? Because it's, as far as I'm concerned, if they're beings of shadow and plague and destruction, who are, being that they cannot be unmade or killed by any or all of the gods. They are some kind of pillar of reality. So they don't die, and they likely will not fade away. If they are trapped here, they will continue to look for a way out, and it is very likely that they could find one if there is one. Unless it was a fluke that we managed to come in.
Is it going here longer?
If the same pathway does not exist going the other way to come out, then we are truly stuck here.
She was like,
This
well,
person do to them.
First.
even know.
What?
The first has already made it back, so I don't know if there's a fluke or if they were ordained to do so.
We're gonna ask how.
If Darrigan were here to talk to, we could ask him, but unfortunately. Either way, breakfast is made, and we have plenty of food for right now, so I think we should honestly probably do whatever we can to try and find the second expedition and circle the wagons, as it were.
Well, some people that do drugs deserve it, and I said,
This is very
okay, because that's a justification.
I couldn't hear
And
any
he's
of
gonna
that.
Yeah.
And she's like,
What'd you say?
oh, she's like,
Did I not push down my button?
You did, but I think your noise suppression with somebody talking in the background is acting up to
Depressing you instead of
suppress you as
someone
well.
else.
Rude. Anyways, I'm glad that breakfast is ready because I'm starving. And he's gonna grab
that's good.
himself a heaping helping of the breakfast.
throw in that.
I need to get going, so
We'll still word of mouth.
you guys can keep going, but I gotta get off.
All
That's
right,
fine.
no worries. Enjoy the dinner.
Thanks, bye.
Have fun. Bye-bye. So, and then there were two.
Yep. So, what are you two deciding to do for your day? Are you guys going to make the decision to start traveling in any particular direction, or are you guys going to spend one more day here?
Did you want to go see that weird land that I found?
I'd like to, yeah. I honestly think we should be continuing to move forward. If for nothing else, then to try and sort of keep an eye out, sending feelers out to try and find the second expedition personnel and figure out what the hell they're doing. Also, if they've mapped more of the land.
We can always go on our own little expedition.
What do you mean without the others?
Yeah.
Okay. That doesn't
Just
bother
for a
me any.
little bit. They can still be at the camp. Should
Yeah,
anything
I'm
happen.
fine with that. They have plenty of food now.
Yeah.
So I'll say out of character for you guys. I have made a mark on the map for you guys for where you're at.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys make the decision for all of you to go, all you guys will go together. And when the party's all together, you can come back to this place if you guys want to try to study it more. But if you guys move, just for the sake of not having the party split,
Yeah.
because I
having
imagine the
everybody
rest of
in
the
different
party would
places.
probably say like, okay, if these two are going to go, we'll probably go with.
Yeah.
It's a little dangerous to go alone.
Yep.
Here's a party. Take them. I mean, I think honestly, Amarasi's had literally an entire day to study this thing. He's probably got rubbings and paintings and drawings and like all like a book worth of
He's got the
notes on it.
full born like wall covered in papers with strings connecting and
So I think we're, if we need to study it further, we can at a later time. But
okay.
Well, do you want to send an eagle ahead with a note?
yeah, I kind of do. I mean, I did sort of map out that next northeastern location. So if we head a little more easterly, we could kind of send the eagle. Well, if we head northeasterly and send it north, I don't. How many times can you do that? How many times can you send a kestrel or a fast bird or something?
Well, it depends. So, I can conjure a bunch of them. Let's see. I can conjure 2 giant eagles.
What about regular ones?
That's what I'm looking for. I don't see what their size is. Oh, there it is. Here, I can send 8.
8 eagles?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we're doing that, we could send one like basically in the entirety between north and east and just send one every, 20 degrees and hit all of the blocks in the darkness out around that area. And if they see a group traveling and any of them look kind of, I mean, we could describe Leafin because we have had him described to us before. We know what he looks like. We can describe him and have them all look for that singular individual who should be traveling with other people.
I would say the only limitation with that would be how much paper you have.
Yeah.
Because especially if you're sending out eagles with 8 pieces of paper every day, you're going to run out of.
Because they're not going to be whole sheets of paper. We're not writing a letter. We're literally taking scraps and writing down like third expedition to second expedition, come back to village, basically.
Okay. How big of scraps?
Only big enough to write that in common and have it be legible.
So I'd say with 1 piece of paper, having it big enough and legible enough to where you could read it. And also enough to where there's room to attach it to an eagle. 1 sheet of paper could get you 6 of those messages.
Okay. I mean, I've had a second empty book, which is basically where I'm pulling any paper that I've been using for other things is where I've been pulling it from.
All right.
All right. And I have a lot of rope.
Yeah.
Or, tell the eagle to hold it in its claw.
It could grip it by the husks.
It could grip it by the husk.
Since they're technically Fae, I'm sure they would be able to hold on to it and not be distracted by food.
Yeah. Again, it has to be big enough for it to actually be able to have purchase on it to be able to hold it. So the six pieces with the message.
Because I don't imagine we're going to be doing this like if we head northeast and we hit the block north, sort of northwest, due northeast, east, south, east, and south. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we could even send one due west. It would be 7. 7 directions. um, 7 notes. So
We know they didn't come from they didn't go towards the direction. That's why we're going north. Try to find them.
well, we know that they were supposed to be following that river, and we kind of failed to map the river because we kind of moved this way towards the northeast.
Mm-hmm.
We don't actually know where the river is now. It could the river could continue northeast of the last place we saw it near that other camp. But unless we go due north or we keep going northeast and run into it somewhere, we don't know where it is. Just
Sure.
looking at the map, like from the meditation station, it sort of turns due east, and the meditation station area was where that other village was. Turns northeast past the other the broken bridge camp, and then from there it's kind of just lost. Yeah, it just kind of gets lost in that other block to the west of where the obelisk camp is now.
I'm gonna trust whatever you have planned to send them, and I will just make them come.
I mean, if we head northeast where we have the map mapped and send the eagles out, we can do that, or we could head north. I'm thinking we head north and at least see if we run into the river. Because if we run into the river again, we can continue to follow it and keep after where the second expedition was supposed to be going. Because they're supposed to be following that river till it hit the ocean.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm really hoping that this whole sending out notes with eagles thing will actually help.
Yeah. Make them stop moving. Well, do you want to go east first and check out the weird spot that I found?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. So I'm gonna take him to the spot with all the rocks.
So it doesn't take long for her to lead you to this area, and you look and you see that there are some larger rocks that appear to have been carved to be shaped more square.
Interesting. So they're like huge blocks, or are they like?
Yes, they're huge blocks, basically. It's not a whole lot of them that you find. It's like 3 or 4 that you see.
Do any of them appear broken or damaged really heavily?
A couple of them have had like some bits of it chip away. Some they all have seen a lot of weathering. They've got moss growing on them. Like they are old.
Collect some moss.
Do they appear to have any writing on them?
Nope.
Interesting. I mean, in that case, I'll just Zom will look around, I guess, at this little area and try and figure out like just looking at it, do these blocks look like they're built in any sort of order? Are they like was this the base of a building, or are they maybe a statue or something?
According to JT, this was an area where people were at and then left.
Okay. Does he know how long ago that was?
No.
Okay. So that could have been the second expedition coming here and looking around.
I think he meant a lot of people.
Oh.
Roll insight for me.
Who?
Either one of you.
Okay.
Both of you, if you want. An 18 or higher. Okay, very good. Will grant some insight.
I made it.
So, you both start looking and you see, with the way that the blocks are, they seem to kind of lead into a direction. Like they were placed by someone or something very long ago. What these were seemed to be some sort of marking for a path.
Shall we follow the path?
Sure.
All right.
So you start following it in the direction that it leads. And real quickly, both of you give me survival checks. Also, how long would either of your characters be willing to follow basically a breadcrumb trail?
I mean, does it go to somewhere? Because if it goes to somewhere, Zom will follow it until he reaches wherever the hell it's pointing to. Also, we need to definitely be mapping the way wherever we're going.
Mm-hmm. Do either of you... Neither of you have... Wait. No, Healy's got navigator's tools.
I do.
Neither of you have cartographer's tools, so I will need to roll cartographer's tools for probably
Mhm.
horns.
Horns. I think Horns is the only. Well, I think Horns and Amarasi are the only ones who can use them.
Yes. So on this one, I will roll for horns.
Hell
Well,
yeah.
damn.
And again, the track record of me rolling fantastically for people in their absence continues.
We can even do the eagle thing.
We could.
Just map a huge chunk if we eat.
I mean, if you
Although-
want to risk
Falling.
horns potentially falling,
Yeah, I would actually.
okay.
Are you mad?
So it's going to be
No, I'm
a
not mad.
dexterity
My
saving
dog
throw
is.
for
Yep.
horns to stay on.
Cool. Did she start falling?
So,
Wait, did I call an eagle?
About
are you calling an eagle? Because that determines whether or not the dex save is actually needed.
I was so confused.
yeah.
I was like, I didn't call an eagle.
Healy has to call the eagle.
Yeah.
Horns can't just fly, can she?
Not that you know.
Oh, okay.
Dun dun dun.
All right. So, Healy, are you calling the eagle to try to send horns
it-
up to map the area?
Not with that save.
Well, we don't know what their save's going to be. It's just like we could map more.
I kind of want to save my spell slots though.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a sensible enough explanation. So,
For never mind.
you all begin following the path or the sort of breadcrumb trail that's being left.
So this is like there's like a set of these blocks, and then like you go, it clearly follows a direction, and then there's another set of blocks, or are there like blocks the whole way along this
It's
path?
like a block every like half mile to 3/4 of a mile. They're fairly evenly spaced.
In which direction are they going?
They're going east.
That's where we wanted to go
Okay.
anyways.
So
We do need to do the sending out message thing.
Yeah.
So you all
Let me know
travel
when you're ready.
1 block to the east.
He's ready.
Okay, you want to send them out now?
Yeah.
Right.
Trying to get him to go basically like out here and out here and out here and out here and just in the area around us that we obviously don't have mapped, to try and see if they can if one of these eagles sees Leafin and company moving around. Obviously they won't have the old man with them, so
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm gonna conjure them. You can hand them the notes, and then up they
Yep.
go. Poof.
All right. And you send out eagles, basically in a hemisphere going, like a half sphere going north, right?
North
With
and
the
east. Yeah.
edges
north
being
and
west and east, or is it more of
sort
a
of
wedge?
it's sort of a wedge pointing in a northeasterly direction, but to try and hit, because we don't know where that river went. It could have turned due north, so like out here, out here, out here, out ahead of the direction we're going, and maybe even a little southeast, just to try and hit those blocks where we don't know what's there, or if Leafin
Okay.
and company are there.
So kind of a half sphere, but with one edge being northwest, the other wedge being southeast.
Yeah,
Okay.
because we have been heading northeast along the river, and since we continue due northeast and not along that river, we don't know where they are anymore. So just trying to hedge bets on where they might have gone to try and continue in a northeasterly path along the river towards the ocean.
Okay. And then after you send them out, so they will go for 1 square in each of those directions, basically.
Yep.
Are you guys still following these stones?
Yeah.
All right.
'Cause I don't expect them to come back.
No. They're basically one-way trip, and then they're going to drop whatever they've got.
Not the music. No.
So another
We need it back in the
survival
bag.
roll. I'll do another.
It's our dirt eater.
Hey,
Quick, eat this rock.
There's a rock to
Amarasi.
eat?
Amarasi,
Yes, I got a
please
rock
give
for you.
me. Let's do 6 insight rolls, please.
Oh, okay.
Because you've basically, since I haven't touched your character has been spending the last like 2 days just in his tent, studying the stone carvings, only coming out to grab food and then going back into his tent to continue working.
Okay. Give me a second. I have to open all the stuff. I probably should have prepared this before jumping in. Ah!
And
While
again,
you're doing that,
I rolled a nat 20 for Horns' first one to map, and then now a nat 19 for the second mapping.
look at us rolling the same thing.
Okay. I am gonna use all of my what's it called? My flash of geniuses. So I get 5 that have a +5.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do okay.
Twins.
And I'll need the Navigator's Tools roll from you. Oh,
Wow.
Wow.
Okay, so that's disappointing. So that's a 15, a 20, a 21, a nat 1, doesn't matter, 12, another nat 1, and then just 17. Let me just write that down for my own. I cannot believe that. I should have just...
We got 2.
That's, like, statistically rude.
so
Well, I'm glad I had a bad tangent that I was thinking the rock was on. Because that explains the nat 1s.
and Healy, the other navigator's tools, please, to orient your map. Very good.
Whoops, I fucked that up. The last one shouldn't be a 22. It should just be a base 17. I don't get to pick and choose where the 5 are. I said the first 5.
Wouldn't that change the nat 1s to 6s then?
It would,
Yeah, but they'd still
but
be.
they're not 1s.
The,
Actually, I have
that added
I
onto
have-
it doesn't save a nat 1.
inspiration on, right? Because
You have
I'm
inspiration on one on. Well, actually, if you, what's your morale at?
20.
20. So you very well could have had inspiration for both of those and used it for both of those if you so chose. What that would mean, though, that for today, your inspiration will be used up. If you maintain your morale at 20, at the end of the day, you'll get inspiration again.
I so choose to do so. So
Reroll both of those then.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. I'm believing. Please. Say. Okay. That's not a nat 1. Okay. That is barely not a nat 1. That's a 2. Whatever. You know, that's fine. I'll take that, I guess. And then okay. Math.
Okay. Real quickly. Well, we'll see how quickly. Everybody except for Amarasi, deafen, please.
Wow.
So,
Thank God for inspiration.
over the course of the 2 days that you have spent studying this, you can tell that this obelisk was meant to be as a marker. And it was meant to be a marker to be read by 2 different types of civilizations, 2 different peoples who speak 2 different languages. And the best that you can interpret was that there was a city in this area once upon a time. But there was also something else. And that something else is somehow, in some way, connected with the mark that you saw with the shadow beast. You can tell also from your insight that it is incredibly old, hundreds of years old. It is literally impossible for it to have been written by modern Alahath.
Huh.
And right now, you guys are following basically what looks like so basically stone, what look like markers that do not have writing on them, but have been carved to be a certain shape, being more square. And you guys have been following them now for about 12 miles.
Okay.
All good.
So we've been following kind of the path laid out by these rocks still.
Yes.
Okay. And it's created by a super old civilization.
From what you can tell, it looks like.
Okay. And it's meant to be read by two different cultures.
Yep. Hence the reason for the two different sides, two different languages.
Yeah. Did it was it was saying that we're like heading towards the city. Sorry, I totally
It didn't tell you that you were headed towards a city. It just said that there was like the best that you could understand was that there was some kind of city in this
Okay.
area roughly a long time ago.
there okay, so the big thing of this is there was a city. This is a guide to something.
Mhm.
Okay. Huh. Interesting.
All right. Also, the bit that I think you saw through stream but you weren't here for was two people having some sort of interaction with the Hannui.
Yep. Oh, also, I mentioned earlier that I spoke to Saloon,
Yes.
and we learned quite a bit more about the Fool.
Cool.
Including the fact that not only is he super wishy-washy as to who he supports based on the balance of the island, but also he was specifically sequestered and marooned here by all of the gods, all of them, apparently, literally all of them,
So
confirmed by a deity.
so he was so he's like a spirit of balance, quote unquote. Like his goal is to balance things. His stated goal, like he'll switch support
is
and
not a
whatever he
stated
thinks
goal.
is balance. Or not a stated goal, but that's what you were told about him, that he switches
is
sides to try
essentially-
and maintain balance.
He is a force of chaos, as it was described. The way it was kind of described was more that his support waxes and or wanes with like the tide. Like he could support you one day, he could not support you the next day.
Interesting.
And on top of that, he was specifically put here because, per the words of the deity I was speaking with, Saloon, he was put here because he was a great destroyer at some point in the past. Like he destroyed so much that the gods collectively came together and went, "We're putting you on this continent so you can't fuck up anything else, and you cannot leave." And the Pale was put in place to keep him here. The entire idea of why no one's allowed to leave and why the Pale Lights exist is because they don't want anyone worshiping the Fool, and Saloon called him the Fool, outside of this continent so that he can't leave and fuck up anywhere else.
Okay. Well, there
Like-
goes my theory of the spirit we were talking to being a genus loci. That's slightly disappointing.
It honestly makes finding out more about the Fool himself really dangerous.
To
Like he's not something you can really count on at all.
Yeah.
Really, we need to just sort of map out the rest of this continent and survive without trying to totally upset the balance and ensuring that, more evils don't come out of somewhere in the north where the bad things are.
indeed.
And then maybe sometime in the future we might be able to, sneak our asses back through the Pale. Since Amarasi literally gave all the people in New Haven that hope for the future.
I said that it may take a long time.
I told
Yeah,
them
the
they don't
angry
know.
mob, I'm sure, is going to totally accept that as an answer.
Well,
But hey, your past actions have no relevance to your future, so don't worry.
Hell yeah.
So, are you all still following the stones?
Yes.
Oh yeah, we found some big blocks, like giant pathway blocks, and we've been
The little one
following
that
it.
I took, I'm gonna hand to Amarasi and say, I heard you like eating dirt.
well, you see, this isn't dirt. This is a rock.
Isn't dirt made from rocks?
No.
Other way
Are
around.
you sure? See, there's still dirt.
Well, I mean, it kind of depends, because technically, you could break down a rock into very fine, like sand, and then over time, like a long time, it could, in theory, pull in enough moisture to look like dirt. But it's more the other way around. Like you kind of compress. Never
you-
mind.
Are you eating dirt right now? Sounds like
It
you're
sounded
putting
like
something in
he
your
was
mouth.
eating dirt while he
Yeah,
was,
just like he's
or
just got
he's,
a handful
or
of
he's
dirt.
got
Just
the
like,
rock.
well,
And
you
he's like,
see.
well, you see, is he's like trying to bite down on. Sorry.
That's
Basically,
what I was
like I have to
thinking.
test the quality of this rock to see if it is in fact compact dirt. Just biting it like nah.
Well, is it?
This is most definitely a rock. It is a somewhat tasty rock. Do you want me to roll to see if it's a tasty rock?
Yes, please.
Please
Absolutely.
do.
Roll d20.
Just a flat D20.
Yeah.
It's not the
not-
worst rock you've
It's
you've
not
ever
bad.
tasted.
It's like slightly above average rock. But I think is there anything on the rock?
Yeah, there's some moss.
Well, okay. It's. I'm gonna look back at Healy and hold the rock and say, so, other than for tasting this, why did you give me this rock?
Taste it.
Well,
I
I mean,
mean,
now we know that the moth probably isn't poison.
Yeah.
it's
You'd
not
have
a
to wait a
bad
little bit
rock.
to find out for that one.
Yeah. I mean, the moss could be poisonous, but typically, like most moss is fairly safe to eat, just really not filling at all.
So, real quickly, a navigator's tools survival roll.
I thought we were about to have to deafen. Like, what did he learn from this rock?
By touching the rock, you gain all of the sources of knowledge in the universe. Your head explodes.
He licks the rock, and all of a sudden, light starts shooting out of his eyes. He starts levitating while T-posing.
Oh my god, it's the crystal skull from Indiana Jones.
And then Amarasi disappeared. I was just like, where'd he go?
I have transcended to God Rockhood.
He
You
is
are
the
now a
god of
demigod
rock.
You're now a demigod of Ogma. Good luck.
I am beyond this mortal stone.
So, you guys only map half of the next square. There's partially a reason for that.
Is there a giant wall?
Did we hit the ocean?
You all, as you
No.
are walking through this thick, dense wood, you see something between the trees, off in the distance. And as you get closer, you see it begin to come into view. A large structure, not unlike a pyramid, but far more, if you could imagine, more like the Southern American pyramids. Similar to that, out of large carved stone, overgrown with plants.
My adventurer senses are tingling.
We just saw the Mesoamerican pyramid?
Basically what it
What
looks
is
like, yeah.
Mesoamerica?
It's kind of the general description of the culture of people who
I think he's asking
Like-
that in character.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, that would, in character,
Oh.
I'm
shoot. Well, it's a term we use for cool pyramids like this. I'm not honestly sure where it comes from.
Oh well, I would call it a ziggurat.
That's a weird word.
The
It's a
Eastern
fun
Desert
word.
people used it instead of pyramids. It had something to do with they're not as good at math. I think. You know, pyramids you need good math.
I mean,
Ziggurats you kind of use not so good math.
well, ziggurats are like elevated walls. Well, like you built a thing on top of an elevated wall, except the wall
Mhm.
isn't hollow.
Uh huh.
Are these closer to like the step up system, or are these like elevated platforms that have stuff built on top?
It's more like a Mesoamerican like pyramid.
Okay.
It's sort of like you're seeing it through the woods in the distance. Might need to investigate closer to get the architectural detail.
That is true. Is this
However, my adventure sense is tingled, and I'm just like, oh, overgrown weird temple-y thing. Not fucking going.
Amarasi? Wait, did you say that in character?
Yes.
Amarasi
Absolute
looks at
hard
you and is
stop.
like, okay, so actually, if this is what I think it is, so the rock that I was reading, the really nice rock with like the two sides, it said that there was like a city, a really awesome city. I guess awesome might not be the best word. But never mind. Like a really big city that was previously here, and that was kind of home to two-ish cultures, or at least they like coagulated there. And the stone rocks we were following was guiding us to something. I never specifically said the city, but I also haven't really fully translated the rock yet. So this could be part of that city, or it could be an offshoot of one of the temples that's kept far away.
Didn't
One
you
of
say
the
you wanted a
temples
temple?
that's kept far away?
Like, that's more of of a guess. Given that there's just the one temple here, like, or maybe not temple. Given there's one structure here, although it's entirely likely that this is some sort of either religious structure or like a ceremonial structure that's kept outside of the city.
So with everything we know now about this island, do you really want to go into a temple that could have been dedicated to the fool?
Well, it's unlikely that it was dedicated to Fool, because did you get like a time frame on when the Fool was put on this island?
Probably long enough ago that, since the Pale has been known for an extremely long time, and the god put him here after he fucked something up, and all of the culture of the people that we have met know about the tree, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 millennia or more, so...
Okay, well then we're talking an order of maybe not a full order of magnitude. We're talking a very large difference then, because our this is a question for you, Winner. We have like our most old records of the Pale from our continent are like 40-50,000 years, right?
So, for as long as history has been recorded on your continent, the Pale has existed.
Interesting.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Hmm.
So, being that Zom doesn't understand what a millennia is, he's just like, yeah, that's about right. 40, 50,000 years, that's like a millennia, right? That's what a millennial... Million?
No, a millennia is a thousand years. I think.
Yes, a millennia is 1,000 years.
Millennium is 1,000 years. So I think it's possible that this structure predates that, because also culturally, the language that I was reading on the translation rock is far beyond. Like, there's enough drift from that language to the current language we find from the river people that it's got to be at least a couple tens of thousands of millennia. So I think this could predate it. So I'm not saying we go in it, but I think we should take a look at it and see if we can find any symbolism on it.
I want to peek in it.
And I promise I'm not going to pray to the fool. That would be bad. It's probably not a genus loci like I thought, which is kind of disappointing. But I promise I will not try to use the structure. I just want
You
to
used
see
don't
that
it.
word
you wanna
twice.
know
What the
his
fuck does
point
that
of view?
mean?
A genus loci is, it's more of like a mythological-ish thing. Like I mean, obviously I haven't explored everywhere, but I've never seen one. And they probably would be hidden. Keeley might know about. No. It's when a specific landscape or like a hill or a mountain has an ascribed sentience to it.
I call that like the nature.
Well, nature would be a separate part of it. Like if it were just a mountain, like a forest could have it, but if it were just a mountain, it would be the mountain itself, and then the forest around it could be just feeling like hair on top of the mountain. And I thought that's what the creature we were speaking to was an exact, like a powerful enough spirit that it has gained partial sentience and sapience and control over the island in an effort to keep it balanced. But that seems incorrect now.
Also, it's Myria Anum or Mega Anum. 10,000 years. A period of established time of 10,000 years.
Thank you.
Myria coming from the Greek word myrioi of 10,000.
Huh.
So, do we really want to explore this building? Or do
We're
we
not.
want to...
We're not exploring it. I'm not crazy enough to try and explore it without at least seeing what the temple is dedicated to. Because, as we've seen with clerics, most things ascribed a deitic agency still have lasting power. So I just want to see the symbols on it from at least a distance.
Okay. I need to go eat dinner.
I think
If
here's
that's
where we will leave off.
Yeah,
With
that's
you
great.
guys having discovered remnants of a long lost culture.
Long lost culture of...
Let us find somebody to raid real quick.
Alright, guys. Thanks for letting me jump in late.
And
Yeah,
thank you for the
absolutely.
version of news.
It was good to get you in.
Yeah, it was good to be here. So I will see y'all next Sunday.
I bid you adieu.
Bye.
Good. Bye-bye.
That was weird. The massive wave.
Real quickly seeing. Oh, look at that. Distal's Place, a good friend of the channel, is currently live.
Ooh.
So, one last time of the reminder for you all before we send out this raid to Distal's Place and show some love to them. The announcements that I made at the beginning and kind of partway through, gonna make it one more time, just try to hammer this so that none of you guys miss out when October 1st rolls around. The Hub, which is the Discord that we have been running for D&D, is rebranding and we are launching a bunch of stuff. First thing is that we are changing the name from the Hub to the Tavern of Worlds. We have already funded for a World Anvil account that we can have multiple editors under that can create their own worlds. So if any of you in the Tavern of Worlds Discord want to do some world building on what is, in my opinion, one of the best world building tools, with all the features available to you, just sound off in the Discord, and we'll get you started with a world that you can edit and build and make homebrews like the one that I'm running right now. We also are putting money towards source books through D&D Beyond, so you can have all of the content possible available to you. And we are also starting an official Tavern of Worlds Twitch channel and YouTube channel. So starting on October 1st, this campaign will no longer be here on this channel. It'll instead be on the Tavern of Worlds. So I'll do a shout out for that one more time. So make sure to drop a follow to it, because come October 1st, that is where all of these D&D streams will be. Same with all of the D&D YouTube videos of these streams. That's where they'll be going, is under the Tavern of Worlds YouTube channel. Also, October 1st, when we make the switch, there will also be a special one-shot event that members of the Discord, randomly picked, will be able to participate in, where you will be seeking the treasures of those who run this mysterious Tavern of Worlds. And the treasures you just might be able to bring with you into a campaign with that same character that you use, if you so choose. So make sure to join the Discord if you haven't already. Make sure to drop the Twitch channel a follow so that you are all set to go when we make the switch. And let us now get ready to send our love over to Mr.